Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage, showing them on out. Going into A4, look at Sage. Laying in the middle,
Sage?
laying in the damage. Going in, revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sage Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why those don't go in? It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show. So apparently Trav is muted. This is a really good omen to start our show, that his mic is just not working or he's muted.
I might not be muted. Is it muted? Okay.
Welcome back.
Hey, look. Good thing that we had, 30 minutes of time while I was sitting in here to check on that. I don't know why it broke beforehand, but hey, welcome back to the MEC. We're on the final week. Technology's on its final leg. We're getting into the nitty gritty of it all, and we're ready to get into some exciting matchups where every single matchup of the night counts for something, right? Like every single match that could possibly happen at this current moment in time is going about and having implications to playoffs that start on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, playoffs start on Monday. It's insane. So playoffs start on Monday. They're going to go Mondays and Fridays for a bit, and then we get to the finals. It'll be a Saturday, Sunday kind of showing, but we got a bit of time before that. But tonight, we've got two Titans taking on each other to start this off.
There's Shadow Puppet that keeps dancing around behind me. So I figured it was a good time to show why there's a Shadow Puppet behind me. You want to say hello to everyone, Ari? Yeah, okay, there it is. Look. Let's go ahead and look at the records now, though, as we get into it. Shadow Puppets aside, there is nothing to delude anything. No delusions to be able to come about inside of this. It is ONU who are on top at the moment. But looking to play spoilers to that in our first matchup of the day is Purdue Northwest, sitting one loss below. If Purdue Northwest wins this, they throw them into a series of tiebreaker implications that could possibly happen over the occurrence of this weekend.
Yeah, we had a quick discussion about the tiebreaker possibilities, and it's terrifying to think about. So we're gonna not think about it. And we'll go match by match here. But first, Purdue Northwest. So it's a battle of the top two teams, right? And this is both of their last games before we hit playoffs. So Ohio Northern looking to go undefeated through the regular season. Purdue Northwest looking to tie up Ohio Northern. Both of these teams are just looking to make sure that they definitely stay above Grandview in the standings. They want to make sure they keep that 1 and 2 seed. If Purdue Northwest lose, if Grandview win, there's some weird stuff that ends up going on with some seeding. So that's what we're looking for today. And honestly, this game is just going to be good. It's the top two seeds.
Yeah, it's crazy how this ends up working out. And let's go ahead and quickly dive into this matchup a little bit further in, because this has so many implications, because if ONU win here, they've lost it. They are completely in sole possession of first place. And here you are, you see aggression, Julian, Kaido, Kai, Cuz, all over here on ONU. Such an impressive roster, so much growth that has occurred from this team. So many players that came in from the previous season coming back into the fold and playing their hearts out here in ONU. They ended last split of the MEC, I believe, in 4th or 5th place. I think it was 4th for them. So this is such a huge jump up for them. And in Purdue Northwest, Frank, Doubtful, Kletso, Winking, Toponer. These are players who have came together and for the first time in a very long time made a lot of people start ranking a team above GVU at the start of the season. Had more hype behind them than any other team inside of the MEC. You got to take moment, take pause, take and recognize how big of a matchup it is, that this is their both teams' final matchup, and it decides all the implications.
It's deciding everything right now, right? It's the match of the week. Like if we assign matches of the week, which we don't, but if we did,
I do.
This is it.
I assign match of the week. I got a spoiler alert for you. Do you know what my match of the week is?
This one.
It's every single match this week, because every single match has actually been pretty sick.
Yeah.
So I mean, we had the battle of I believe when I was talking to some of the other people inside like MEC Pod, I was just like, it's the battle of oh goodness, I think it's the dumpster battle or whatever else it was called. It's the Haikyuu reference, where it's just like, it's the two rising stars coming in, and they were like, yo, we're gonna go in there. Haikyuu, have that Haikyuu reference that came into it. And you got these teams that are kind of found a grasp of what makes their teams work. They were able to play their hearts out and have themselves a good series yesterday as well. Every matchup has just been so good inside of it. And Ayo, with this one here, like we said, now we're getting the best of the best. There's just so much. There's so much on the line. I feel like if you're Purdue Northwest, you actually have to have, both teams actually have so much pressure on their backs being here.
No, there's a lot of pressure for both these teams, right? We said this is our battle for the #1 seed, so it's a huge deal for both these teams. But like, there's a lot of we on MEC Pod this week talked about, we had this conversation at the end of the pod of like, there's a lot of MVP candidates. There's a lot of them on both these teams, and this could be your last shot to show us why you deserve to be an MVP candidate or an all league candidate or something like that, right? Like this is your time to show against the best team that isn't you, right? If ONU is, if you're ONU, right, you want to say, hey, we beat Grandview, we beat Ottawa, we've beaten everyone. Now we just need to beat one more. We're going to prove we're the best. Purdue Northwest lost to one team this season. That's it. Not to say we are the best. Get out ONU. But either way, absolute banger, as we're going to jump right into draft now. Really happy that worked well.
Yeah, worked out really well there. ONU starting off on blue side. Purdue Northwest is going to start off the series on red side. Keep your eyes out. Some of the most important picks that we've seen that have came out. We've seen a big priority rise in Volibear from the most recent patch. Biggest change, really, in terms of patch. A lot of the champions that did get touched didn't really, I don't feel like they got their place kind of disturbed by any means. So,
are you telling me that Jungle Zyra isn't in the meta now?
Yes, it's not in the meta. I'm sorry to tell you this. It's not in the meta, especially when you got Julian and Doubtful, two junglers that are willing to brawl it out. These are two people who will live rent-free inside of your own jungle.
They absolutely will. Julian, but actually, realistically, both players have played incredible season so far. There's not a player on any team that doesn't deserve to get a huge amount of credit for the way that their team has played so far this season. We've seen a Nocturne ban and a Varus ban come through really early. The Varus ban has been across the season, right? Every team has been banning Varus. It seems like we're not allowed to play Varus anymore in the MEC.
It's the highest pick ban character inside of the MEC, actually, is Varus. So a lot of priority that's just shown on Varus in regards to it. It's either picked or banned in a majority of games. While on the other side of things, you do see Jace will go ahead and ban that away. Makes perfect sense. Don't want that two-way flex between Prank and Kletso that could possibly come out. And they might be smelling a little bit of some special sauce from Purdue Northwest, because going for that Jace opens up a very unique draft opportunity for yourself.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit weird. You have this like 80 marksman style champ, but isn't a marksman, but also it can. Yeah, Jace is weird to try and play around, especially if you have a Jace in the mid lane. Darius getting banned from Purdue Northwest, and that's an instant Xin Zhao lock-in on the Ohio Northern side. That one makes sense. If you watch any of Julian this season, you know that he's very good on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, Julian Xin Zhao has been iconic throughout the season at this moment in time. It's been so aggressive. Usually it goes down in farm, but usually it doesn't matter. They're still able to pop off with it. Surprising pick actually coming out here. Kletza is going to grab the Orianna for themselves, which makes me immediately start scratching my chin and go, okay, what's the delivery service looking like? Because there's a lot of synergetic combos you can do between mid jungle if you want to do something with Ori.
Okay, so that's a Senna lock-in. We'll have to wait a little bit to see if that's going to be a fasting Senna or a farming Senna. Prepare for a Nautilus pick for Purdue Northwest 3. That seems to be the current go-to for pairing with the Senna. We could always see like a Tom Kench or something like that as well. Nico going to be locked in. So Nico was disabled a couple weeks ago because of some bugs, but now we're back. And Nico kind of works really well as an engage tool on top of this is Xin Zhao, right? Xin Zhao goes in, Nico goes in right on top. You do the Pop Blossom. A lot of CC right there. So question is, where's their damage going to come from? And that right there is a damage lock-in. That's the Smolder through. So once you hit those 225 stacks, executes start happening, and that's when the fun really starts.
Yep, Kaya actually had this champion permabanned against them in their previous series once Smolder was allowed. So they've been spamming it. They've been putting in the games on it. You leave it open, they will take it. Easy as can be. But the Seraphine coming in. This is the Senna Seraphine. This is what I was thinking about when I saw the Senna, just because this is such a powerful bot lane to be able to pilot. It is so difficult and annoying to deal with, and this short range 80 carry's got the work cut out for him.
Yeah, it can be a litna brutal to deal with Senna Seraphine, especially early game, right? There's so much poke from it because Senna kind of just is able to auto attack you, and Seraphine has what seems like unlimited lane range when you're laning against it, right? And you have so much sustain because of both of them. You get a heal from the Senna, you get the shielding from the Seraphine. It makes it really difficult to lane against. We see an Udyr ban and an Olaf ban over on ONU, an Aatrox and a Renekton ban on Purdue Northwest. That's 4 top lane focused bans in this last bit. We've got six. I can do math. We've got 7 total top lane bans in this game already.
Lots of attention being shown up there. Makes a lot of sense. You can see the differences inside the champion pool. More of the safer bruiser picks taken away from aggression, where they'll be able to really take over the pace of the side lane on one end, while on the other side it's these consistent threats. But the champion that went through that surprised me was the Volibear. And Casante's still open, and that has been a pick that aggression has shown a lot of versatility in.
Yeah, so Casante got mini reworked for the 80th time this last patch, and has got some definite differences to where it was before, but it's still really good.
That's cause hovering the Blitzcrank in memory of Tango. That's not a hover, that's a lock-in. He locked it in. That's not in memory. That is actually just saying, yo, Tango made it look pretty good last time. I'm gonna be here to show up here because the primary support coming in looking hot. I like this to catch out this Seraphine or Senna.
Yeah, so this Volibear that they picked for on 4. What's going in the top lane? What's going in the jungle?
It's Volibear top, 100%. So, this has been the thing about Volibear. So if you're not sure about why Volibear is all the way showing up, because for me, I thought Volibear was very bad a patch ago. Actually was an item combination that was revealed. It was a Korean build, I believe, that got shown up and people all of a sudden noticed it. It was a Drain Tank Volibear build. This build was actually popular and doing pretty well and was catching on during the previous patch, and then buffs were already in track. So Volibear went from being what I would argue being one of the worst characters in the game to all of a sudden being pretty good, like an Undying Tank, the really good Drain Tank build with the Ingenious Hunter to pair alongside with it. Now, with the buffs that have came across, the biggest one being the move speed for me. I just think it's really good.
Yeah.
Volibear is a menace that does not die. They are really hard to be able to take out. They are a very effective drain tank inside the top lane, inside the jungle. They're very disgusting. It probably should just be like 2 walls colliding against each other in the top lane, but it still is very interesting to see. And it's one of those picks that I'm like, yo, it's going to have that prio. I love me some bear.
Yeah, I mean, Volibear just kind of has instant amounts of push in the top lane. Kasante's not bad at holding the top lane himself, right? He does have a good amount of push with the Q, but the second you get the stacks on the Volibear that you get the chain lightning coming from just an auto attack, it's not fun to play against in lane. You're playing against static ship proccing every single second, and it becomes really difficult to try and lane against Volibear if you're not chunking him out and forcing him off the wave. So, well, excited to see that, but the rest of the map is great. The Purdue Northwest team both teams kind of want to play till late here, right? You've got the Smolder that needs 225 stacks. We should see that coming online in about 26, 25 minutes. That ballpark, maybe a little earlier. And over on the other side, the Son of Seraphine just kind of needs a little bit of time to get going. So bot lane, assume maybe a little safer to start because both teams kind of just want to farm and get going.
Here we go. Let's see if safe is the word here as we are going into game number 1 here between Ohio Northern and Purdue Northwest. Only one team can walk out of this series with the number 1 seed intact. Purdue Northwest is looking to play spoiler into such from Ohio Northern, and they're going to go ahead and square up on the Rift as we're seeing just a standard start, 5 points all across.
Yep. No one's trying to go anywhere. They're just trying to make sure no one else is trying to get in. You see, Winking is on the Seraphine.
Do we have Gamba? I didn't see Gamba. Where's my Gamba at? Who wants the Gamba with me? Must Gamba happen? Gamba already happened? I missed Gamba. Usually Gamba is happening at the very beginning, as like we're loading into the game. So I look over as we load in and I'm like, ah, sweet. There's this like little period of time where there's not going to be much happening and I could talk about Gamba, but didn't happen until it happened much earlier than normal this time around. We kind of amped a little bit here, but do I have confirmation on what the percentages was production? Can I get that in my ear? I just want to know. What were people saying? Okay, so pretty much dead even. So 42 to 58%. More people went to Purdue Northwest. More people enjoy Purdue Northwest. I get that. I get that. Honestly, Purdue Northwest has a very easy composition to pull off too. Ohio Northern has to actually play pretty well, look for picks, and not lose out on lanes, which is the most devastating part of this whole entire encounter. As we see more trading happening, Volibear, Ito doing it, and we see everything that's going on. They're just going to continue trading about with each other. As you can see, Cuz going to go ahead and take a little bit of hurt, a little bit of pain. Good old tethers, good old roots. Kai taking a little bit of damage as well. It should be hellacious for the spot lane. I'm definitely keeping my focus on there. But these jungles, right? King Julian and Doubtful going to have the major impact in this game, though. Julian, like I said before, has a tendency to sacrifice that farm to make things happen on the map. Matchups are just going on as they are. Nothing too chaotic is happening on the Rift. Nothing insane. And we're just looking over as they continue to zap away. Lightning zapping on through. It's lovely. Yeah. Asante does not appreciate that whatsoever.
Yeah, this is what I talked about during draft on the thing. It's terrible to lane against Volibear. He just has so much push once he gets the stacks up. It's really hard to do anything. Even if you are Kasante, a famously fun and innovative champion.
Well then. We love fun and interactive gameplay. Also, I love the Doran's ring start that you can do because you can actually just zap people, and since everything scales off of AP. There was like a point in time when they reworked Volibear, and it was about doing that. That's a flash blown. This lane's scary for this very reason.
Yeah.
I do not want to be Smolder.
It's worth to burn that flash there though, because you really do not want to give Senna Seraphine a kill early. It makes the lane a lot harder to play.
Remember last time that Purdue Northwest had lost the game, it was against Grandview as well. Cuz playing a little danger close, saying, I'm right here. If you guys want to try something. Nobody was there, so a little bit of a ballsy move from them, but doesn't get anything out of him, doesn't make him chase or spend any extra mana. Seraphine is at the current moment in time, so they do decide that they would have pulled the trigger on something. They do have that possibility of an option.
Yeah, so Seraphine in this lane, it's a very normal thing for Seraphine, but worthwhile to point out. Took the teleport, means that Seraphine can kind of spam her mana a little more than general. You wouldn't be surprised here to see Seraphine back and get a Tear of the Goddess. It's not unheard of to go Seraph's Embrace as one of your items onto Seraphine, and that way you get a little bit more spamability in lane. Could also go for a little bit more of a support focus build. You can go Ardent Sensor and Moonstone Renewer. We'll see what Winking opts into here.
Curious on the state of bot lane, actually, just because of the way the wave was shoved in right beforehand. It looks like they did get a counter shove going in. It looked like it was pushing into them, but hard to tell from the minimap. Grubs are going to be started up by Doubtful, but because of the fact Smolder just came back and it did have the TP from Winking down into the bot lane, and look at all the vision that is here. It means it will be a Grub trade in favor of the Dragon in the bot lane.
Is it going to be a trade? There's 4 people down here on the Dragon. Yeah, it doesn't look like the bot lane.
Yeah,
is
it's a trade.
There was a moment there that the bot lane there were thoughts.
You don't, yeah, no, they had thoughts, and then they saw a Blitzcrank there, and they're like, yeah, let's not chance it, right? Like, that's the thing about Blitzcrank. You have to pay respect. Look at the position on how Toponer is positioning themselves on the Senna, actually. Just sitting right behind the minion, just like, I'm not going to get lollipopped by a hook here. I have a minion right here to be able to guard me. It's going to grab that instead of me. They're really doing a good job playing around their positioning, but those sneezes, those Achus, they're doing actually a large amount of damage. Julian with the flash, missing the intended target, forced out a flash from Toponer as well. But looking for a very quick tower dive in that scenario. Ohio Northern seeking some blood.
So generally, when we see a flash for flash on a jungler to a bot laner, we say it's not very even, right? That the jungler's flash isn't worth as much as the bot laner's flash.
Oh, 2-for-1 combo on the Shockwave. Got a good hook onto Winking. Winking still has flash for themselves, but they're igniting. First blood goes on over to Ohio Northern's bot lane.
So there goes that flash, right? The second that the Senna's flash was no longer there, it meant that it was a lot more difficult to deal damage to the other side that Senna couldn't get out in time. So Winking gives up his life to make sure the Senna doesn't die.
You know, the crazy thing is, right? Like, yeah, Seraphine has to go down in that instance, and Seraphine's your carry in this instance.
Yeah.
You're kind of just like, the Seraphine gets caught, gets hooked. It is what it is. I think that you look at it and you go, okay, that's fine. If you're going to die on a champion, let it be on Seraphine Senna, right, bot lane? Yeah. Because you can still just, your build is so cheap, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, your build is really cheap. It's literally just like Seraph's plus item. There's a couple different things you can do for your second, but Seraph's is the important one, especially when Winking goes tier first. It makes Seraph's really, really good. So it feels good to have at first item, so. Frank is just getting so much chunking done on aggression.
Yeah. What you should be doing on this. Like, you should be able to trade pretty well. You were talking about earlier, those little lightning bolts coming off the claws, right? Got a little bit of some static shot going in between the minion waves. You don't want to be a part of any of that. It's a little zap you don't appreciate in this matchup. And you can see the build already going. Has those cooldown boots already there. Is going to be able to build into that Thimble Winter. I believe next up is Undying Wish as well. I think you want to get Undying Wish and then you go in the Thimble Winter. and your Ingenious Hunter is a broken item.
Triple Tear of the Goddess on Purdue Northwest. It's very odd. We generally don't see like a huge amount of tiers. Maybe we see one in an entire game, depending on champs. 3 in this game.
Yeah, I like it.
A lot of mana going on over on the Purdue Northwest side.
It's not even just the mana, right?
Yeah.
Like Seraph's is a broken item because of the fact that ability haste is so much harder to be able to get in this current season that it just makes sense to go Seraph's because you get 20 ability haste off of it. It's one of the few items that you can do for an AP caster to be able to get it, where it used to be every item gave you ability haste. Ability haste is such a nice stat to be able to go for, so it makes perfect sense. Especially because it's Orianna, the Seraphine, they need to stay alive for a little bit longer, so that Seraph's is going to give them that survivability, as well as we already talked about it. Fimbulwinter, alongside with the Ingenious Hunter, is actually really, really strong. Getting that shield constantly popping up is going to be big for your survivability. Check out Cuz here, on the roam, looking on the prowl. This is where the Blitzcrank tends to have the advantage over the Senna in this matchup, as these roams can be very impactful, because one hook is all it takes, but Toponer is flanked by bodyguards right now, right? Has Prank, has Doubtful. You don't really want to pull the trigger on anything unless you're able to catch him out of place, and that's going to be the person caught out of the spot. Kletso is going to go ahead and find himself dropped and get a shockwave off right in the middle of time, and there goes the encore. Hits onto 2 members. Beautiful cleanse from Kai on the backside of the fight, as they're going to continue popping shots from a distance. Prank taking a little bit of damage now. Julian getting tagged is looking to be bad, as they're going to find himself falling victim, as Doubtful picks up the kill, getting a little bit overzealous on the chase, and then hot pursuit. Doubtful goes down. Check out Winking over onto the side. Aggression goes all out, trying to catch out this tricky Seraphine, out of position for a brief moment. A Prank is tanking up way too much damage. They have to all holler out to the skies. Prank just sitting there pointing to the sky. They will fall victim. Ohio Northern pick up 3 kills in the mid lane.
3 kills, but it so easily could have just been 1. 1 death for Purdue Northwest is all it needed to be. Doubtful went in to try and get more, was a little greedy after they had gotten that 1-for-1, and it became really difficult for Purdue Northwest to play the fight after Doubtful went in. Frank having to use the ultimate to get out. That ultimate cast time does not scale with distance away from you, so it's going to take as much time to jump 3 feet as it will to jump 20 feet, which means it's not that great at doing those short little jumps. You get chunked out really while you're jumping away. And it looks like Ohio Northern are going to take this dragon.
Gonna get dragon. Grubs on the opposite side will be grabbed. Couple key things to take note of there, right? They did grab the advantage in terms of kills, but the gold is still very much so even. Big thing, Kai at the very beginning of that fight, there was an encore that came through that actually tagged Kai, but Kai had cleanse, was able to get out of there, find themselves in a better situation to be able to reposition themselves in the fight. And the key thing that happened there was it was a battle of the front lines kind of going against each other. And now look at this. Toponer has already flashed. It is not going to prevail. Toponer will drop. It is going to go down. They take a little bit of time to be able to fall down. They will fall and bend the knee to the king. Julian gets the kill in the bot lane. Things are not looking great at the current moment for Purdue Northwest.
A little odd that they let Julian get that kill. You would have thought that Julian would have made sure that Kai got it on the Smolder, but either way, a Fed Xin Zhao versus a Fed Smolder. At the end of the day, does it really matter? Actually, I guess it does matter a little bit. You want the Smolder to be fed. But either way, it's going to do a lot of damage either way. We see the Tiamat coming through, but Waking is gone.
Yeah, no, you're playing Enchanters, bro. This is where it gets bad, right? You're getting initiated upon, right? You are seeing that Julian, who has shown mastery on this Xin Zhao time and time again, Julian turned around and said, yo, people are sleeping on Ohio Northern. Julian out here waking everybody up every single time they get their hands on this Xin Zhao, making sure everybody knows what it means to be on the Rift.
Yeah, right now Ohio Northern really trying to prove the fraud allegations, disprove them. Not that there were many fraud allegations, but
yeah, I don't think there were. I don't think there were any fraud allegations. I think it was just people were like, yeah, we got a couple teams here, you know, we got Ottawa, you know, we got Grandview, you know, and then it was just like, it's one of those things where it's just like, they kind of just downplayed exactly what this team could do. And this is a team, I've talked about it earlier, they weren't bad last season. The crazy thing is they have continued to grow, and that's what happens when you get to play as a unit. Julian coming in, playing inside of the roster with this team, making sure to facilitate things, Aggression being able to go back over into the top side, the perfect storm with the Brothers of Destruction coming into the play, and Cuz being able to facilitate everything that comes about with it. Ohio Northern have found a lot of things going their way. Can they continue that, right? They can't get overzealous. You're against Purdue Northwest. This is a team that will absolutely punish you if you start getting a little overzealous. And I do like the lane assignment here with this 1-3-1 that they got going on, that they will lose a tower because of it.
Lose a tower, but they're looking to grab the Herald. So all 6 grubs ended up going to Purdue Northwest. So regardless of the 2 dragon takes, the grub takes are helping out Purdue. Kind of even this out a little bit. You see that the money is still basically even, right? We've had 2 fights that are really Ohio Northern favored, but the money for Purdue is coming from these towers. It's coming from the Void Grubs.
And check out some of the item breakpoints that we're starting to see, right? Seraphs are being completed, right? They just got to finish up their charge over on Purdue Northwest. It's a very big spike for Purdue Northwest, as well as you have that Undying Wish on Prank on the Volibear as well. And like I was talking about before, they have that Drain Take build that's starting to come online, and that's where these prolonged fights get a little bit dangerous when you're trying to pick those. We did see one, but the itemization wasn't online just yet. Keep your eyes on Purdue Northwest as this Volibear is continuing to grow into that bear. That's going to be that big front line, and how the positioning looked for this Orianna Seraphine combo.
So Unending Despair being the first item completed for Volibear. I'd expect at one point to see a Frozen Heart 3rd item. It's not the greatest 3rd item in the history of the world here. But especially against the Zinzao that wants to attack you a lot, the Cassante wants to attack you a lot, the Smolder wants to attack you a lot, and it helps with the armor. And the mana on it makes sure to improve the Fimbulwinter mana. I think it's a really high value item for the Volibear.
No, it's really high value. Being 6-1 and still completely even in gold is actually pretty crazy. And this just kind of is, yet again, an attest to where Purdue Northwest has put a lot of resources. You can see on the individuals, it's pretty much dead even across the entire map. Nobody has a very definitive edge. There's slight ones in a couple of lanes, but they immediately get evened out as you continue to look through. There's nothing major to be like, oh man, look at this gap that's going in here. Encore, though, connects onto Cuz, only hits onto them. It's going to be picked. Bomb comes through, lays in hurt, but it's still a kill. Secure. Doubtful goes in with the Cyclone. The Shockwave hits onto 2. They're going in for more. Aggression is joined into the fray. They're trying to be able to find 2 as a result. Ohio Northern finding as much. The all-out Klutzo getting taken all the way across the world in less than 80 days. But Purdue Northwest, they're able to catch together their pieces. An even trade of kills in the mid lane, but they're starting up Dragon because Aggression's the only person healthy enough to be able to contest it. Might not be the opponent you want to try and test things out against. The Herald called in. Teleport comes through. Klutzo joins back into the fray. Looks into laying a little bit more hurt. Keep the Herald at bay. Mid tower stays salvage. Cuz goes in. Hook misses. Doesn't find it smart, but the teleport coming on into the river means Kaido will be able to join the fray. That Pop Blossom at halfway down on cooldown.
Be another
and
fight
Klutzo,
here.
they're looking for it. They might want to call their shot. All the members of Purdue Northwest are coming in for the fight. Kaido is going to find himself getting rooted on up. Aggression taking a good amount of damage here. Under half HP. The Shockwave yet again is going to lay into 2 and knock out Aggression. Julian fighting inside the pit for their life, trying to see if they can steal away the dragon, but it has been slain by Purdue Northwest. Kai flying over the wall, trying to go as fast as they possibly can. They call in Mom, but you're going to need a lot more than just Mom to be able to back you up. Prank taking a good amount of damage. The Hood be able to connect onto the Seraphine Wind King, though the Seraphs eats up so much damage. Cuz just out here laying in hands. The fight is still going. A triple kill for the idol of Purdue Northwest. Wind King gets the ace for the team.
After being absolutely brutalized in lane, right? Winking dying 2 or 3 times just in lane. Make sure to survive in this fight using the W, using the Seraph's lifeline, making sure that Winking doesn't go down, making sure that Prank is able to stay alive and take as much damage as humanly possible We talked about it before. It was 6-1 in the kill department before that Dragon fight. And now it's 9-8 for Due Northwest, up to a 5,000 gold lead.
It just all comes off the back of that one fight. Purdue Northwest. Beautiful stuff. And this is what this team fight is so good at doing. The fact that Shockwave was the start of the beginning of the end, right? Like, you got a Shockwave at the very beginning of the catch in mid lane, and then the Orianna comes back in. Dude, that ability haste is coming in clutch already.
Yeah, the Seraph's making sure that Seraphine survived. It's worth. The Seraph's is worth that purchase right there.
Hook connecting onto Doubtful. Big encore hits onto two members. They're going to use the Cyclone. Mom comes through, lays in some hurt, but nothing else to come as a result. No pick can happen, but a lot of ultimates were dumped into the play.
Can we get a soul check on Toponer's Senna?
A soul check. You want to check
Soul
out their
check.
soul. They're at 65.
65. That's a pretty good amount of souls for right now. Got a break point on range. I believe that's 60 extra range right there. So it's already starting to get to a point where Toponer can kind of snipe you from distance. 172 smolder stacks. So
Good.
probably about 4 or 5 minutes we'll hit that 225 break point. That's when it starts to get really really fun inside fights, right? When we have the execute up and available, as long as Smolder doesn't die instantly.
Oh, wait a second, cuz! Oh, he grabs the blue buff, didn't find the member that they wanted, tried to get the hook onto Toponer, but Toponer was able to just have that blue buff kind of body block the hook. It is very much so difficult for them inside of it. It is going through, and I don't know, man. I'm looking over and I'm like, yo, Toponer needs to get up them stacks a bit somehow. They need to find a way to be able to find a little bit more on it. When you're missing out on dragons are actually very big because they give you 2 souls. And if you're able to pal around with your jungler, you're able to make some stuff happen that way. Toponer can't do that because there is a blitzcrank that's roaming when they roam.
It's really scary. I think your big break, I believe, is AD stacks. I think that's when it becomes really annoying to play against a Senna. Let me rephrase that. The start of becoming very annoying to play against Senna.
I'd say it's always annoying to play
it's
against
always
Senna.
annoying, but it starts to become unbearably annoying at the 80 stack mark. So that's our current break point to watch for Toponer.
Oh, man.
Wukong has quietly completed 2 items already, by the way. And the Sundered Sky and the Sterix means that you're going to use a lot to try and kill this Wukong, to kill this frontline in general with the Undying Despair and the Fimbulwinter over on Volibear. It's going to start being really, really difficult to kill this frontline, especially when Seraphine's around, popping the W on top, making sure they're shielding.
Yeah. It's already difficult, right? You didn't need the Sterix. Like, there's an Orianna shield that's going to get put on top of you, that way you could deliver the shockwave, right? There's also going to be the Seraphine who's going to be constantly. And my question that I had was, how does Wing King position inside of these fights? And is there a way for Ohio Northern to stop it? And Ohio Northern have a fan answer.
In the middle of the ball.
Yeah.
The Purdue Northwest want to ball up and play as a ball. That's their entire. It's a protect the president comp. Their entire goal: make sure Seraphine exists. As long as Seraphine exists, we win the fight.
My statement about Seraphine being the idol of Purdue Northwest stands true. Good flash to get away from that. By the way, good hook connects as well. Doubtful taking a good amount of hurt. Does force a TP. That's Kletso coming in from the top lane on this Orianna. They have Shockwave available. Could look for a possible play. Dragon is up. Frank is leading the way for the team, and Doubtful is being resuscitated. That HP is coming in a little bit quicker now. They're starting up the Dragon. Aggression is on body blocking duty. On the side, on the flank, Doubtful comes in. Cyclone hits onto as many members as possible, but the pop loss into the backline finds 3 major members. Toponer is gone, and they're going all out. Aggression is able to get into the front of the fight. They're going to lay in a little bit more damage on Wing King. Oh, they're over here onto the side. The hook connects and gets on the Kletso. Kletso goes down. Kaido is going to continue pushing on the advantage, trying to lay in a little bit more hurt, but Blitzcrank has fallen victim, and Prank is just as healthy as ever. Aggression trying to do what it can, but that Execute trying to lay it in, and check out Kai. Smolder is absolutely leaving nothing but ashes onto the map, and now it's a fight, AD carry versus AD carry, you know? Kai going to finish off the dragon, is going to be looking at possibly finishing off Wing King, but Seraphine is going to do an excellent job at continuing to do the kite, and Kai will fly over the wall. Doesn't want anything to deal with that. One person alive for both sides, and Ohio Northern are now at Soul Point.
Every fight is so close. Every single one of these is within like 2 health points of the other, right? Really good thing that Winking didn't die there, just solely on a 700 gold bounty level, right? If that goes over to the Smolder, it can make this game really hard. Adaptation for the build, we don't see this very often, but a Serpent's Fang over on Smolder. Smolder very much understands the
The assignment.
the importance. Yeah, it very much understands the assignment here. So for those of you who aren't aware of what Serpent's Fang does, because it's a weird item that basically no one builds at this point, unless you're Varus in certain situations, it makes sure to shred through shields. So it's really good against champions like Seraphine, especially in this team comp, that just want to stand in the middle
I like this
and do a
decision.
huge amount of shielding. This is a good Baron play. They know now over on the Ohio Northern side, but they're kind of... It's not the quickest Baron take I've ever seen.
It's not very fast. They don't have a traditional AD carry. Remember that. It is down to half HP. They're going to be able to play around with this. Kai does not have summoners. Mom has been called in. Only tags to Poner on the side. Baron has gotten its HP back up. All those green numbers falling on back in. Baron's feeling very good about that. The orb is
starting it
on to
up
Doubtful. They're going to start it back up. But check it out. There is a push that is ongoing inside the mid lane. They waited to see members show up. They're going to try and collapse onto him again. Purdue Northwest, they're trying to display. They want to start a fight while summoners are still down onto Kai. They want to be able to finish this off, get a separated fight. They're going to be able to get a nice hook onto Prank, get him down to about half HP. And yet again, Baron has been restarted. They need to look for their moment to start off the fight. Julian's the person they're going to jump onto, laying a good amount of hurt onto him. Aggression getting stunned over onto the side of the map is going to take a good amount of damage. Goes unstoppable and stays alive through it all. Klutzo yet again puts the orb onto Doubtful. They're looking for a possible play. They want that big shockwave cyclone to be able to make the day easy for themselves, but they're kiting this fight back on beautifully. Julian using the ultimate to be able to bash him away. The hook connects onto the Seraphine. Seraphine's going to find himself going on down. Wing King gets dropped as well. Kaido gets the Pop Blossom, just trying to keep everybody off of Kai as they are trying to keep their brother alive. As you can see, the Bull Bear having to use the ultimate defensively to jump on out of action. Doubtful flashing over the wall. Kai in hot pursuit, trying to hunt them on down. Mom comes in. Toponer is low. Needs to be very cautious. Prank is over here. No ultimate ability available for them. Julian's going to be able to lead the way as Kai follows him into play. Klutzo no mana. Purdue Northwest, they have the numbers advantage, but they are routed out of the fight.
There's no winning in that fight, right? Both teams lost a lot to get through in that fight. This gold lead has been steady at 4,000 for the last 10 minutes, right? Ever since Purdue Northwest won their first fight, it's been just a steady slog fest, right?
I mean, I'm just concerned at this point in time, Mac, because
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're not going to see an end to the game.
Well, I'm not concerned about that. I'm fine with having the game go on forever. My concern actually comes in, what do you do when the Brothers of Destruction, right? Kaido Kai, right? Both of these players, they didn't have subs up inside that. That probably could have been your best moment to choose for a fight. I like the idea of saying, hey, we need to make them fight us when they don't have subs. They have Flash up for this next fight. You have problems getting onto Kai, and then you have problems with Kaido flashing into your backline. You need a way to keep your Seraphine and Senna. I think being in the middle of the ball is just fine for a Pop Blossom. You really got to figure out a way to deal with things because summoner timers are so important here. In Purdue Northwest have struggled in any fights that summoners have been available for Kaido and Kai.
It becomes very difficult to play Protect the President when you can't protect the President, right? Winking needs to be protected at all costs.
Oh,
The biggest problem. Trying to figure out what was going on there for a second. The biggest
Julian used ultimate there. Accidental use there. Didn't get seen, so they don't know that it was an accident that had occurred.
It's Schrodinger's ultimate now.
Julian doesn't need it. King doesn't need ultimates. Looking for a flanking position
Ball
here.
delivery.
Yeah, Doubtful wants it. He's calling for it. It does have the clone available. Looking for a big ball delivery. But like I said, summoners are available now. Keep an eye on exactly the positioning and when they use said summoners. And check out Cuz, who's looking for a potential hook onto a key member. Doubtful gets brought into the team a little bit, getting a little bit of hurt. Here comes Doubtful. Doesn't find the target that is intended. Check out Nico over here onto the side. Goes in. 4-man, 5-man. Pop Blossom coming in. The encore hits on the 2 members into the back end of the fight. Kai is completely fine inside of the fight. Nobody's able to get onto him, but aggression is actually getting shredded as a result. Kai can't do anything to keep the team alive. The damage is not there. They just played front to back, and they demolished everyone that went into the back line. Purdue Northwest, where was this at moments ago? They come out and stand tall. 5 members tall.
Mr. President, the dragon has gone down. They finally have been able to hold out this fight. Every single fight, the Smolder is just barely able to survive. We saw the fight with Winking and Kai being the last 2 alive, and Purdue are going for the Nexus.
Bro, it's so heartbreaking. Kinda saw the 5-man ultimate, but it was just not there. It was not meant to be. The ultimates weren't there. You weren't in position to be able to follow up into it, and the rest of Purdue Northwest are able to capitalize. What a good showing, Purdue Northwest. It's weird to say they had that clutch factor, but they were losing every single fight for the last couple minutes there, and then Purdue Northwest, it's strange because they were up in gold, but they couldn't figure out a way to finish it off. The counter engage off the ultimate was chef's kiss.
So throw away the gold lead that game. The gold didn't matter that entire game. Every fight was a slugfest that was so ridiculously even, and the game was so even up until it wasn't close. Right? That last fight was just the last. It was an execution diff in the last fight. Right? That's what it made. That's what helped Purdue Northwest win. They made sure Winking stayed alive. You saw aggression in the side of that, trying to get onto Winking every 2 seconds. But they couldn't get onto Winking, and Winking made sure everyone was alive. That's how you want to play that comp. That's how you want to make sure. That's the protect the president idea, right? They protected the president, and it made they won the game because of it.
It was a big thing. You said protect the president, and yeah, sure, they protected the president, but a big thing that you have to give credit to was the fact that when you shoot off ultimates like Seraphine ult, right, too, recognizing in a moment of peril that 5-man ultimate comes across that is your time to go ahead and use the encore, buffer it on out. It hit onto Kai in the back end of that fight, so Kai actually didn't get to do too much. It hit onto 2 other additional members, right? Julian didn't have ultimate, so they didn't have a way to really push anybody away or disperse the fight anyway. It's a tragedy. It's heartbreaking to see a 5-man ultimate turn into a reason why you weren't able to pick it up. In normal situations, it would have worked. But you know what? It's the game sometimes. But with that being said, we're going to take ourselves a short little break. Before we do, I want to give a quick heads up. If you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you come watch the MEC Spring Championship at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest in Illinois College on April 6th and April 7th. You can use the command !Spring Championship in the chat to follow the link and get your tickets to join us there. Make sure to check it out. It's a great way to be able to meet all the players, meet some of the people that you've been watching on the screen here. And if today is any sign of anything already with game number 1, you're probably in for some good League of Legends, which is something that we all love. So we're going to go ahead, throw it over to that break, and we'll be right back after that. So we'll see you there.
First question I want to ask is getting to play at LANs is obviously pretty exciting here at MEC, but what are some of the things that make LANs and offline events like this so exciting for you? What do you look forward to?
Free food.
Free food!
Free food, yeah.
Let's go!
Yeah,
Big!
I mean, just traveling with people is always fun.
Uh-huh.
Unless it's longer than an hour drive.
Then you're like, it's not worth it. Yeah, free food's fine, but I mean, an hour in the car with these guys.
Yeah, very tired.
I understand. The second question, you're on the dev team, all right, at Riot Games, and you need to bring in a character for the next champion in League of Legends. It could be a character from another IP, a show, a real person. Who are you bringing in?
Oh, wow. Character?
Oh, yeah.
Kirby.
Kirby? Okay, all right. Any specific parts of the kit that you're like, this would work well?
I guess.
I mean, you got Tom Kent soon, you know?
Yeah. I just realized. Maybe,
I mean, Kirby's got like the big hammer, you know, the sword, or maybe. Okay, wait, no, you could still do it where they take on like the Q of like Kirby takes on the Q of the champion it eats.
Or like just a different weapon. Each ability.
Yeah,
another way.
Yeah, another way. Yeah, more abilities for commentators to have like infinite names on. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. No, finally, of anybody on your team in PNW, who is most likely to go viral, for better or for worse? Who's gonna end up on the For You page and it's like,
probably Winky.
Winky, all right. Yeah. Any context? Like, what's in the bid?
I would say he's just outgoing and likes to dance.
Charismatic guy. Okay, maybe hitting the next TikTok dance. Well, easy enough. Appreciate you. Good luck in the games.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the MEC. We're ready to get into some more of this best of series. We got an exciting little match number one. A little bit of a preview, I feel like, to what the rest of the series might have to offer here. Ohio Northern, they looked good. They were winning until they weren't, it felt like at times, even though the gold lead was in favor. Purdue Northwest, really good stuff inside the team fights. Good know about and good presence of mind to just be prepared inside that last team fight.
I think that's the best way we can describe that game. Ohio Northern was winning until the game was over and they lost. I think that's just kind of how it works.
It's weird to say it too, because we look at it in Purdue Northwest, we are saying, oh, Ohio Northern was winning the game until they lost. Purdue Northwest had the gold lead a majority of the time, right? That was a 5K lead.
It's such a weird game. Every fight we had, it felt like Ohio Northern was just like barely getting the win in the fight, and they had this good like game. There was. I'm sorry, there was no wiggle room. There was nothing.
There is a Lulu that's showing up on the graphic. It is actually a Blitzcrank that was inside that position. For Ohio Northern. Cuz was pretty good on that champion as well, right? We got to see that Blitzcrank be very powerful inside of that game. Really did a lot of stuff. Senna didn't feel like it got to do too much. I feel like Topono was kind of just there to give a shield to the rest of the team. But the amount of shields that was on that team, they really went for this "we will not die" kind of composition, and you could really tell that it was a strength that I feel like Ohio Northern was not prepared to deal with, because there was just no way of peeling. Smolder, homie got a serpent's fang, yo. Like,
yeah,
what?
I was gonna say, if you ever tell me that the players in the MEC like autopilot their builds, I need to just show you this game, because Smolder does not normally build Lethality Serpent's Fang.
No.
But it was a really high value item this game, right? Just so many shields.
Until they lost.
Until they lost, yeah. So the problem is, like, everything we can go on and on about how well Ohio Northern played that game, but then we have the caveat at the end, until they lost.
I feel like the big thing is Purdue Northwest really drafted themselves a really good position. I think that's what it comes down to. They played really well. They didn't really hard lose any lanes. Bot lane started getting a little tense for a little bit with the repeated Jin Zhao ganks and the blitzcrank hooks that were catching them off rotations. But
yeah, but they were able to cross map really well on that, right?
Yeah.
They got the void grubs off of that. So okay, you die bot lane and you give up the drag, but you get top push. We saw Prank having the push the entire game, and they got the 6 void grubs, which made them it made it a lot easier for them to take towers when you weren't getting ganked by King Julian.
I do think that the big thing that you have to look out for is possibly getting rid of the Seraphine in that situation. I think that's probably the big one that you would want to get rid of if you're Ohio Northern, because I do feel like that is a hard comp to go into, and I feel like the rest of that comp isn't as dangerous if you do not have a Seraphine constantly applying the shields and whatnot. The problem is Wind King has like a very versatile pool too, right? Like, it's not something you could just really ban out, but get rid of the Seraphine gets rid of that strategy of we're gonna out shield you for the rest of the game.
I mean, to be fair, if you could kind of play that comp back a little bit if you wanted to, with a lesser degree by playing Emilio in support. Right, you could play Lucian Milio or something like that, and it's not the exact same way, but the same way you have that shielding across the board, it kind of gives you that same idea. But I don't expect Purdue Northwest to go back into this comp. I think this was an excellent game one, but now they're going to go into something different. I have a vibe, I have a feeling, right, that the way this is going to work is that Purdue Northwest come out with this, then say, here you go, here's a bunch of champs you need to ban, and now we're going to go play the game that we actually really want to play, because you now have to do something about this.
I hope no team picks Lucian, just because of the fact that Lucian is one of the champions inside the MEC that has a negative win rate. So it doesn't work out very well, and it is a conversation that does come about, right? You could go for something flexible, you could switch things around. Sometimes you get lost inside of the sauce in that moment in time, right? There's too many things going about. Lucian's one of those characters I feel like people get lost in the sauce in. I know I get lost in the sauce when it comes down to Lucian, just because of the fact that I'm like, dude, Lucian's such a fun character to play, right? You're dashing around, you're super mobile, pew pew, everybody's taking a buttload of damage, right? It's great, it's phenomenal. We love Lucian until you realize that you're really short range and you're aggressive inside a lane, sure, but then you run because you dash too many times in, or the jungler just showed up bottom, so I guess not playing Lucian. My thing that I'm curious about, actually, if they do decide they want to pivot out bans and get rid of Seraphine in this answer as an answer back, I wonder if that leaves the Ashe open for Wind King, who has been phenomenal on that pick. But it's not a traditional AD carry that you normally see to like carry games. It's usually like a very supportive AD carry to throw in the midst. So I wonder if there might be that instance where they pivot things around and move Wind King back into one of those old reliable carries for themselves, where they play something like the Ashe.
Oh, we have an update on the Battle for First.
Okay.
Oh my lord.
So if Purdue, so the reason why we're bringing this up is there is a possibility for a 3-way tie. So a 3-way tie can exist in this scenario where Purdue wins the series, and then Grandview wins the series they play after this, and the series they play tomorrow.
Yes, they play.
They beat Briarcliff and Ottawa Braves.
Yes.
They have to beat those two teams. If they beat those two teams, then a three-way tie technically happens. The way ties are taken care of is via time. And Purdue, at this current moment in time, it looks like they would win out on the head-to-head and the time in terms of the three-way, because you have this weird situation where if Purdue wins, then they've beaten Ohio Northern, who then beat Grandview, but then Grandview beat Purdue Northwest. So it would come down into a time scenario to break up the three-way tie, which means it would be Purdue, and I believe it would be Ohio Northern coming in second at that point, if things all tie up, because Ohio Northern would own the head-to-head to GVU. So that's the way that the tiebreaker is going to end up playing out. If Purdue is able to close things out inside of game number 2 in this series.
It's still reliant on 3 different games worth of wins, right? Purdue needs to win here.
I do have to bring up something, because I do see it inside of chat. I do have a little window that I like to have whenever I'm vamping or something like that, because we do have a little bit of time we have to push away. I see a lot of people breaking up questions. Why go to time before going to overall game record? Guys, the overall game record is tied.
Yeah, so all 3 of those teams, if wins happen, right? All 3 of those teams will be 6-1. Grandview will have beat Purdue Northwest, who will have beat Ohio Northern, who will have beaten Grandview. So we have a nice little circle there of everyone's beating each other. Then we go to when we go to our second tiebreaker.
So it's literally just the fact that all 3 of them will have the same series score, and that's what we're trying to explain right now, is the fact that there will be that situation that will come across. So keep your eyes peeled, because if Purdue wins, they pretty much guarantee themselves first place, because no matter what Grandview does inside the next 2 games, they're only going to be able to get themselves over into that 3rd place spot. However, they can't still lose, because if they do lose, they actually drop in seeds, which is pretty rough for Grandview, all saying here. But here we go. We're going into this next game here, and we're going into game number 2, and going into the draft. PNW is going to start things off on the blue side this time around.
Yeah, so this is a swap. Ohio Northern wants to have probably top lane counter pick, but some sort of counter pick at the end of this draft. We'll see how they really want to use it. We see a NAR ban come through. That's been a staple ban against aggression, both in the first game, the second game here today, but just across the season in general, that's been a pretty banned champion.
Yeah. NAR makes a lot of sense too, because it's aggression's best champion that we've seen.
Yep.
It's just so good. Aggression's just been very good. And you look over and
we have an adjustment now. So Nocturne banned from Ohio Northern, and the Volley Bear banned from Purdue Northwest. So this is the first signs of we don't want to run the same comp back again. A little odd that they're banning the Volley Bear on this. I think that they think or know that Ohio Northern is willing to play the Volley Bear. They don't want it to fall into their hands, and they're not willing to first pick the Volley Bear.
Yeah, Volibear makes so much sense to just go ahead and just say, hey, I want to get it out. There are things that counter out the Volibear, just because, like I said, it's a drain tank. So it's not a perfect pick. It's not a meta-defining pick, but it is how it is in Purdue Northwest. I feel like the Varus still being open is still something to keep our eyes peeled on. I could definitely see Winking deciding they want to pilot that. I like the Nico ban, though. Take that away from Kaido.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what the end of last game was, Kato played an insanely good Nico game, right? We saw a 4-man Pop Blossom and then a 5-man Pop Blossom. The Pop Blossoms were really good last game. Purdue Northwest just doesn't want that to be there. Varys does get banned as the last ONU first phase ban. We didn't talk about the Jace, but it's going to get probably banned the entire series. Just assume for this series, the bans across both sides will be Gnar, Jace, Nocturne for all 3 games.
Jin Zhao being the first pick makes a lot of sense. Doubtful's also very adaptive at that champion as well. But the answer back as a reply, Trident True counter, Trundle locked in.
Yeah, Trundle just chomp. I mean, there's not much else you need to talk about Trundle's gameplay. The entire premise of Trundle is to be an anti-tank unit. Steal resistances away from you and make sure that you can't exist. That's an Azir, which we haven't seen a lot of recently. Seen a lot more control mages and less Azir.
To say something about that, Kaido has been playing a lot of Azir. They have played numerous amounts of games of Azir. It's their most played champion beside Nico inside the league, actually. So Kaido's Azir is something very terrifying to watch out for.
We'll see what PNW wants to pick into this Trundle. The problem with Trundle really early is you have to be very careful about the rest of your draft because you don't want to pick huge tanks to start.
Oh, man, they're just running about the shield comp again, man. They're just doing it again. All right, well, you get the Orianna, you get the Karma. Karma buffers really well together with Jin Zhao and Orianna, of course. The speed up is really nice. You get AoE shields. They have so many options that they could do with this option here. Wow, yet again, Purdue Northwest getting a lot of things they want, but this time they're open for a possible AD carry of their choice to pair alongside with this Karma.
Yeah, they'll get a choice. That's a Nautilus pulled in early. So Senna was not banned in the first phase. Senna Nautilus, very good bot lane combo. They generally don't fast with it, but it could go either way. But Nautilus is just kind of a good, just generic support pick that if you don't want to give away your top or your AD this early, it's kind of safe to pick a Nautilus. There's the Winking Ash getting banned.
Yeah, the Winking Ash coming about, but I think you have to. I think you need to get rid of the marksman in this scenario.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where I'd say you get rid of the Ash and you possibly get rid of another supportive carry to come out, because that does seem like it's more Winking. Well, they're very adaptive in their role. They are, well, very consistent in their role. They love playing those more supportive, I'm going to be the glue for the team to make sure that we're able to be like a well-oiled machine going forward.
So, MF getting banned, Smolder getting banned. The Smolder, I think, is the important bit. Smolder in with the rest of the Purdue Northwest comp is very scary. It kind of functions in a way the same as the Senna, right? You want to wait for a bit, and then you get to this really nice break point that you can deal a lot of damage for. The last ban will be Kaisa. So a lot of marksman bans this game. We saw a lot of top lane bans last game. We'll see where Kai wants to go with this pick, whether it's going to be the top laner or if it's going to be the AD. I'd assume the AD, and that's an Ezreal locked in. Very safe, and it means it's a takeaway from Winking being able to play an Ezreal Karma lane.
This isn't a takeaway, though. This is King Kai. This is the original king inside of ONU. This is the pick that they were banned out against before. But that's a Vayne. That's a Vayne that comes in. I have to pause my thought process just because of the fact there's a Vayne here.
So remember how we talked about Trundle being a tank shredder? Yeah, Trundle is the second best tank shredder in the game. The second to Vayne. And I think it's going to be a top lane Karma. Okay. What?
They had me and they lost me. I get where they're coming from. I don't like top lane Karma. I don't like it. Just because I'm like, I don't want to play against it. But on the other side of things, aggression, you have plenty of picks. Play something range, just actually not a bad thought process to be able to go across here. You do have a hard time, though, if Vayne ever does get a condemn onto you as Kennen. So you do have to watch out for that. But there's not really much else that can stop you from getting in that way. So this is interesting. This is our first Vayne, I think, of the season.
Yeah, I think so. This is a big brawl comp for both teams. They want to fight.
This is interesting because Braum inside the lane. Braum's very good at protecting, right? We know that very much so. Has some great peel. The interesting thing is Vayne's laning phase is kind of meh. But Braum has actually like some really good laning phase with the concussive blows because of the fact that you can just stack those on in a moment. It's hard to actually stack those on anybody except for the Nautilus, so it's interesting.
A bunch. It
because isn't going to be in lane, right? Like you're playing Ezreal. If you're Nautilus, you don't want to be sitting inside of Ezreal lane. You want to roam around the map with your jungler.
Yeah. So the Trundle and the Vayne picks are so weird because there's not like the huge thing when you pick Trundle or Vayne is like there's an Ornn or a Scion or a Mundo on the other team that like is going to build a huge amount of health and also a huge amount of resists, right? It's really good against those huge tanks. There's not a huge tank on either side. Right? There's definitely tanks, but not to the degree that neither of them want to. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's strange. It's very strange. So
I'm not against it. This is throwing down here, but like,
my problem is you only get one condemn. It's not a short cooldown. You have a Kennen who's going to be getting up in your face. You got a Nazir who's going to try and shuffle you. You got a Nahus who's going to try to hook you. You've got a Trundle that's going to pillar you. There's a lot of things I feel like are troublesome. The Shockwave can be big to deter a lot of this, but this composition from ONU should be spread out. They should be approaching from different angles, right? Kennen should be flanking. The Nahus should be hitting you from straight forward. Trundle should be following up with a pillar from the side, right? Like, Azir's going to be just dashing in from out of Fog of War to go for those Shurima shuffles. And then you have an Ezreal who's just sitting back, throwing rocks at you from a mile away. Like, ONU's composition is actually very spread apart. So I'm a little bit worried about how chaotic Purdue Northwest win conditions are, right? Like, they really want a hectic fight where everybody's across and they kind of have, like, one-on-one duels here and there.
Yeah, they want a skirmish. I am, pardon the pun, very doubtful of this composition right now.
You know, you might be doubtful of it, but if they win...
Well, if they win, it won't be a prank.
Exactly. It won't be a prankerer. You're absolutely right on that. You better watch out or you're going to make me get a bit aggressive over here. But we'll see if they could be a bit aggressive onto this one here as we get into game number 2. Best of 3. By the way, Purdue Northwest are up inside of one game. If you're just now joining us, if they're able to win this, they can solidify their position at the very top of the MEC regular season for themselves. If Ohio Northern wins this, we go on to a game 3 and the battle commences. It continues onward and forward. As you can see, a little bit of that 5 stat going in from Ohio Northern.
Everyone's mid lane for the Ohio Northern team. It's going to be an issue if they try and go in on Doubtful here. Just
the dance. The dance. He didn't see. He didn't have field of view. Oh, here we go. They get the hook and get on the Doubtful. Doubtful is gone. That was... Yo, so Big Thing kind of pushing in with the soldiers to just like push them away so that way they could get into the bush without any vision being deterred was big brain.
It's
He even
really
spam danced in front of him while it was all happening.
It's also really important that kill goes to Julian. Right, Trundle is insanely good at dueling early game. He becomes even more insanely good at dueling early game with a long sword in his back pocket.
Oh man, here it is, Toponer. Gonna go ahead and go back on over to the bottom side of the map. By the way, double combat sums for Winking and Toponer. So I was about to touch on there. Exhaust on the Vayne and Ignite on the Braum.
And as you said before, they are trying to sack these concussive blows onto Nautilus early. Yeah. You can see it already starting the lane. It's only been 30 seconds in lane, but they've already gotten a lot of concussive blows onto him. Klexo's going to need to be a little bit careful in this lane. Azir can poke you out really quickly as Orianna, but over time, it'll become an easier lane to play out.
And level 2 advantage goes over to the bot lane here as Winking will trade back a little bit of damage, but still at level 1 means you're not going to be doing too much damage. Don't have your silver bolts just yet, so not going to be able to prot those onto Cuz, so Toponer has to take a good amount of hurt, and he's already chugged through their 2 potions.
I'm asking all over the place. Didn't Vayne get buffed this last patch too? Or was that 2 patches ago? Or am I going insane?
You're going insane. You're absolutely going insane. As Klexo is going to get jumped upon, is going to force them to run back to the safety of the tower. Was close enough to not be in a dangerous situation. I saw Kaido actually drift in there, and I was just like, oh, they're level 6! But it's a little bit too early for a moment like that.
Yeah, by the way, Vayne gets buffed next patch, is what it is.
Yeah. I was like, you're crazy. Vayne has not been buffed in a minute.
I knew...
Yeah.
Oh, Vayne was buffed recently, 14-2.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's getting nerfed next patch. Okay, so never mind. I'm just all over the place. I saw her in patch notes recently. Vayne, everyone. Tank killer for all 1.5 tanks on Ohio Northern.
Good trade coming about. Actually, has some pretty good dueling possibility. A lot of people talk about the tank shred she offers, but the dueling potential is what I enjoy the most. Deponer coming in with the trade. This is actually something I find very underrated with Braum, and you can see them utilizing it. Doubtful now, caught out of position possibly, laying in a good amount of the hurt onto him. The damage is there, but the Ignite doesn't finish off the kill. Wind King gets Julian trapped between the rock and a hard place. Deponer goes into the bat line. Kai has the concussive blows hitting them as well. That's a double kill to Wind King.
Troll executioner right there is winking, making sure that Julian gets in, but does not get out. That's 2 kills already over to a Vayne, and which we said the laning phase for Vayne is a little mid.
Oh,
2 kills and an assist is going to help out a lot with that laning phase.
That's such a tragedy, too, right? Julian got a bit too feisty for it. Greed equals feed. It's the mantra, I'm telling you. And they got a little bit greedy. They saw that low HP bar on Doubtful and said, let's kill him again. Let's do it. Now you got a 2-0-1 Vayne with blue buff down into the bot side. They're going to be tumbling, laying in a good amount of trades. You need to resuscitate that. Get that Vayne off of here because that is a scary, scary member to start having money shoveled into.
Yeah, so Berserker Greaves means Vayne is going to be able to proc a lot more of the W stacks over
Silver
on you.
bolts.
Yeah, the silver bolts. It gets a lot of damage done very quickly.
It does. I actually like the move speed a lot more too, just because of the way the passive works, right? Anytime Braum hits somebody, remember every time they hit somebody with a concussive blow, there is that little bit of a slow that comes about as a result. So every time you're getting that slow, you're immediately getting value out of it. And oh no, Julian, that's the wrong place! They called it the wrong place, Julian!
Julian was stopping traffic, but he didn't realize it applied to him too.
Oh no!
So remember the Julian on Xin Zhao from last game? This is not that same Julian. It's another guy who just sounds like him and looks like him.
Oh, Shockwave misses. Kaido gets out with Flash, but they're still being chased down. Kaido should be able to get out of this. Shizao is chasing down the Emperor, but Kaido comes back. Julian not having the greatest of times. You can see those silver bolts proccing. Here comes the Deponer. Jumps into a minion. Immediately gets those concussive blows. And this is what I was talking about. That's so devastating. This is why I think Braum is so underrated for being that aggressive pick. Jumps onto a minion. Immediate punishment comes about. And that's what those tier 2 boots are good for. They're good for walking. They're good for stepping. And they're going to step all over this bot lane of Ohio Northern.
Who needs damage when you can just attack really quick?
I mean, your Q gives you a lot of damage too, right? Like,
everything else is overrated. Just attack quicker than them.
Yeah. There's a lot of criticism that came about for the Vayne, a lot of questions that came about, but
yeah,
Wind King has that extra sauce.
We should have not questioned anything.
No, I think we should. Absolutely. It's the first time we've seen a Vayne. We should question it. Don't regret questioning things. Don't be a coward.
I don't think we need to question it anymore. Or again.
Doubtful caught out of position. Dredge line goes in. Doubtful should be okay, as they should be able to dash over to a minion, get out of harm's way.
This top lane's very even, which is about what you expect from it, right? But the problem is an even top lane here isn't helping you out. Frank is just going to go and shield his teammates, and that's fine. But aggression, it needs to kind of be one of the go buttons for this team. Make sure to get a flash or rocket belt in and get some amount of CC done with the slicing maelstrom. So
it's one to Kaido. Very interesting. Nobody was there. They just wanted to clear out the minions.
Yep. Let me see. Klexo is kind of
Yeah, Kletso is and got way too close to the tower there. We'll take a little bit of hurt from the soldiers, but Toponer comes in, saves Kletso. Kletso's just like, I missed you, Toponer. They're going to push this in, and finally Kletso's going to be able to back.
Yeah, I think that was the entire point of the shockwave, is just make sure to push this wave up so Klexo could back. It just ended up costing them a little bit more than they expected. A flash, a Braum roam, but either way, Plexo will be able to back here. Toponer just needs to stroll on down the river.
See, getting into this game state again. It's kind of crazy, right? We're at almost at 9-minute mark. Last game, it was 5-1 at 9 minutes. It was a even gold game. This time, Purdue Northwest, they've capitalized on a lot of things off of these kills. They've gotten themselves quite a bit of gold in favor of themselves as a result. And you can see those bounties that have now formed onto Doubtful, onto Winning King. They've both been able to get themselves some nice bounties. They're going to be juicy targets, but Ohio Northern, they get the work cut out for them with how strong they have become inside this early game.
This is looking right for a Braum execute, and there it goes.
Yeah.
There's the start.
Yep, you immediately jump in because good use of Dredge Line. Wing King was a little bit too far away to be able to capitalize as intended, so a bit unfortunate for them. But you can see exactly the game plan. It's just going to be them continuing to do the same thing over and over again. What do you have to defend against it? The answer is nothing.
Yeah, right now you can't do anything against the 3-in-1 vein that's up a lot on you. Right, as Ezreal right now, all you really have damage-wise is a Caulfield's Warhammer. Wiki has a little bit more than that.
You're a 2-item champion when you're playing Ezreal, and that's the thing. Slicing Maelstrom, though, going to interrupt that thought as Prank takes a good amount of damage, gets to toss out that Mantra Q, gives a slow that was able to stop aggression from proceeding even further beyond. But does have to leave lane now as a result. Aggression showing a little bit of their own dominance on this cannon.
Yeah, so this is how this lane should go, right? Aggression should be a little bit more of a bully. Frank doesn't need to do as well as Aggression really does need to do, but we see Doubtful going down cuts.
Yeah, he's caught out of position. The Glacial Fissure comes in. Cuz is gone. They just open up a hole in the ground to be able to bury him in nice and easy, such as that. True Shot Barrage comes in just to clear out the waves. Kai looking at possibly getting dove down here into the bot side. Notices that the Jin Zhao is creeping along the side. Is going to get tagged by the W, and Kai is going to run back to the tower as fast as they possibly can. Julian comes in. Beautiful use of the pillar. Stays alive through it all as Doubtful tries to throw him into the arena. Julian taking some concussive blows of their own. The Vayne's not going to be able to join into the fray of the fight. Doubtful goes down, and they get a bit overzealous, and now Toponer has to flash and get away. As you can see, Kaido has come to play, and the soldiers will finish off the light work. Toponer goes down. Ohio Northern find 2 critical kills.
So Doubtful just did what we call in the traditional sports community as a heat check. Needed to make sure that he was in fact feeling it. He couldn't get that kill. So a little egotistical on that, a little bit of a push. Failed the heat check a little bit, but could have actually no, it couldn't really have been worse. That's 2 deaths for just about nothing there.
Yeah. I looked over at how that play went out. By the way, that was a major shutdown that just went over to Nautilus. I really want to bring that up. So
yeah, over from the Shin Zhao, yeah.
It was a pretty big gold swing that went over, but it only went over to the Nautilus. Unfortunate, especially since they're looking to aggress onto the Nautilus yet again. Said, hey, yo, I see you got ref buff. I could use that. Wing King will grab that for themselves. Go ahead and shift away. The teleport coming in. Kaido looking for the play. Shurima Shuffle. The Condemn came through, but it's going to be enough from the flash away. And look at this. Wing King Vayne just going in and trading like a maniac inside the fight. But it is 2 kills at the end of the day. The buff transfer complete. Goes back on over to the other side. Kai gets red buff and is going to be able to get a lot of money out of this tower.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely worth for Ohio Northern. You get the you get the bounty off of the Vayne. You get a bunch of tower plays, including a couple solo plays for Kai. But if you're the Purdue Northwest bot lane there, that's about the best you were going to be able to do.
And oh man, they are going to go ahead and swing around back to the dragon now. This actually might be a bit weird of timing. You don't have big abilities here to make a play happen. I think this was a little bit overzealous. Good use of the traffic cone, but Kai has to go ahead and just shift over the wall. Check out Wing King wrapping around, forcing Ezreal not to be able to come back into their own turret. It's a bit much. Got a little bit too hyphy there.
Yeah, Ezreal has not been able to sit in his lane every second.
Oh,
Doubtful
man.
again. I'm having
Yet
deja vu.
again, this time, yo, this is something that we saw Julian wanted to do last time in a bot lane dive in game number 1. This time, Doubtful says, hey, take a quick moment. Somebody clip that. I'll be able to show you to you later. Good stuff from Doubtful, making sure to punish Kai. Didn't have that shift available.
Vane's first item is completed, and it's a big one, right? This Blade of the Ruined King means that Vane starts to do percent max health damage.
There we
on
go. Can't solo him out, though, because that tether is so aggravating. Not even a full tank. You're full caster on this baby here. And Karma able to sustain through the pain.
So it's going to be a Malignance first on this. Karma wants to make sure that every time she casts her ult, which is, well, fairly frequent, you get a little bit more extra damage, a little bit more extra juice on it.
Yeah. Shred that magic resist, you know? That's the big one, right? You want to shred that on up. Make sure everything's A-okay. You do have that Orianna that will appreciate it as well. Be able to dumpster a lot of that HP. But the big members you got to still keep your eyes on. The Xin Zhao Vayne. That's what this composition's built around. They're built around the Xin Zhao and Vayne being able to have free run to do as they want. Yo, they're online. 5 kills for both of them. They're both looking very good inside the matchup. Your Orianna does not need to be ahead. Your Karma does not need to be ahead. As long as you got these two up, your composition is looking like it's performing as intended. You see the other members inside the gold chart. They were suffering over here from Ohio Northern.
And the fact that Prank can kind of just sit here and that's okay, while Winking goes and grabs the top turret, they're okay to give this right now, but just because Winking is so far ahead of the enemy bot lane as Prank gets hooked.
Yep, gets hooked, but we'll be able to get away, and there's too far away to be able to actually do anything else. Rift Herald was grabbed by the Xin Zhao. As a result of this, Kaido was actually hovering between mid to bot. So they actually have the choice to drop this Rift Herald wherever they so choose. If they want to crack up in top, they want to crack up in bot. The back's half completed, so Ezreal should be able to get back up here top side to help out with this Wind King Vayne just pushing up against aggression. That's scary.
Right.
Death
yeah,
bush.
that's a terrifying bush.
They don't know how terrifying it is.
No,
It's
they
there.
really don't. So I want to point to another itemization thing here, which is Vayne is going for the Terminus after the Blade of the Ruined King. Not only does that mean that Vayne is going to get some armor and some MR on hit to make sure that Vayne can stay alive, it means also that Vayne starts to shred MR and armor on every other auto attack up to 3. So not only the Malignant shredding.
Yeah. Death Charge
A little
comes
bit
in.
more.
Kaido might actually get soloed out. The poison from Malignance actually finished off Kaido on the back end of the fight. Held
Klexo's
onto
dead.
that Shurima Shuffle, and here comes the Shockwave as Bledsoe is going to end up having to pay for that. Shockwave is no longer available. Kai is going to be able to get some free money back into their pocket yet here again, but check it out. Nice flash. Bledsoe 1v3 in bot side. I thought it was so easy, but it never looked so hard to be able to find a pick. They are still in hot pursuit, but the tires are popping and they gotta get back. There's grubs that are feasting on your towers. Brick after brick is falling. Bledsoe is buying so much time for the team. They're trying to finish off this kill. The teleport's going to be able to come on in. This is going to be Prank rejoined into the fight. They started this fight on KO'd, and everything's falling apart. A beautiful mishap in favor of Purdue Northwest. The Glacier Fissure hits onto one member over there, as over into the bottom side of the map.
Oh my
Julian
goodness.
falls as well. Prank finding 2 off of Bledsoe, making some big plays. Oh my goodness, Purdue Northwest, that was just robbery we saw on screen.
Klexo should have died about 7 times in there. At least. Klexo bought so much time for the rest of his team to grab the tier 1, the tier 2, and the inhibitor tower. And they still traded it out evenly.
I don't understand what happened there. Where was the fall off? I feel like they were trying to give that last hit over the Kai, but then they were like, wait a second, this Orianna has hands. And they were getting messed up by him, so then Kai just backed up, and then they continued chasing, and it just turned into this whole mishap. They lost, like you were saying, it was still an even trade in terms of the towers, right? But the amount of misplay that came out there from Ohio Northern is very, very concerning because of the damage that's been done to the base.
Well, Ohio Northern going to try and get something for their loss there. They'll take this top tier 1, which means they've cracked open the top tier and they've cracked open bot lane tier 1 and 2. But Doubtful's going to trade this for the Dragon. They'll go up 2-1 in terms of that. But it's looking, I don't want to say hopeless. Hopeless is definitely the wrong word. But this Vayne is getting to a point where it's going to be very difficult to deal with her soon.
It's not even hopeless in that degree, right? It's just that Purdue Northwest made the better call in regards to that, and Kletzo deserves a lot of credit for that, right? It's not even like we just saw a hopeless situation that popped up. It was just a bad decision that came out from Ohio Northern that is now biting them on their rear. So now you got to kind of re-put yourself back together, right? One bad decision doesn't have to cripple your entire game here inside of League of Legends, right? It's a beautiful game where you're able to make comebacks at a drop of a dime. You're able to make plays happen off of one error. And there's not saying that Purdue Northwest won't make a similar mistake. We saw in the last game that the gold lead was about the same for Purdue Northwest, and we were still looking at Ohio Northern like, hey, yo, you guys got some cool things going for you. We haven't seen an actual team fight yet. Remember, this gold lead, all this bit of gold that's been put onto the Jinjiao and Vayne have been from skirmishes, which is what we said inside of this game. When we saw this draft, yo, skirmishes look like it's something that Purdue would thrive in. Well, guess what? They're showing that in spades.
They're definitely showing that part is working. Ezreal's got 2 items online, but it's more like 1.8 items, right? This Manamune has not fully transformed into the Manazine. Manazine isn't the other way around. Either way, Toponer's getting caught in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and get the catch onto Toponer, and that is a beautiful one indeed. Much needed. Got an extra member off of the map. But with Baron being the objective that is up, and the only one that is up, you got to think about what they're going to go for. The tether doesn't connect onto Kaido. Kaido has to call in that Sundis. Frank is just straight up 1v1ing the Emperor right now. Kaido can't do anything about it. They're going to try and let the soldiers do the work, but it's just a drive-by for Frank as they just walk on by and blow him up.
It's looking very easy for Prank right now. The top lane was so even across the board with aggression and Prank, and then Prank left the lane and now is up 1,500 gold.
Karma's a balanced champion. What can we say?
Somewhere, Shibi is crying out that there wasn't a Karma ban in this game.
There's another mark on their chart. They have
There's
a chart.
another.
They have
an
a
actual
chart.
whiteboard with a
Yeah.
chart. Yeah.
There's actually a chart that those two have, which I don't blame them because Karma's gotten through so many times and been so destructive. Baron being started up, this is actually very scary. True Shot Barrage is no longer available. They actually can do a good job doing some damage to it, but their attention's a bit focused. They see Scuttlecrab and they're like, yo, hey, yo, it's Scuttlecrab, what's up? But now Doubtful's going to go in, the Shockwave to bring in 3 members. Kai now gets brought back into the fight, has to shift back on over. Julian is felled as the rest of the members have to retreat swiftly back into the safety of their base. And attention from Purdue Northwest can just go right back to the big purple worm. They're going right back over to the Baron.
So that was the start of what we wanted to see for Ohio Northern in a team fight, but, well, the end seemed a little less team fighty and more runaway-y.
Oh, Cuz
is over the wall.
flashing in. They're going in for the play. Slicing Maelstrom's there. They're trying to do, but the Shurima Shuffle actually pushed him out of the Slicing Maelstrom. Baron was stolen, and they're actually wiped out so many members on the back end of the fight. But who do you get Baron to stay on top of? Did Julian spawn in time for Baron?
Nope.
No, he didn't. Nobody has Baron.
So all you're telling me is that Purdue Northwest just got 5 kills for nothing?
Purdue Northwest got 4 kills. There was a couple things that were misplayed in that situation. So Azir went in for the shuffle, used that Emperor's Divide, pushed actually the Vayne, I believe, was the main one that I could see, out of the Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah.
So Vayne actually didn't get stunned inside that fight. So Wind King can just output damage. It was stolen. It's a good thing Ohio Northern do not have to worry about a Baroned up Purdue Northwest.
Yeah.
But they still have to figure out a way to put things on wraps here from Purdue Northwest, because Purdue Northwest are getting everything that they could possibly get. And Ohio Northern, they look a bit shaken. They look a bit like they are just out of it at the moment.
So there's a jock show on Vane, which is actually pretty normal, but I feel the need to explain it because it doesn't look normal if you're really thinking about this. With Terminus giving you extra armor and armor resist, it means that Jock Show just becomes so much more of a valuable item. It enhances it so much, and because Bane's gonna kind of sit in the middle of these fights anyway, helps you do a little drain tanking and makes you a little bit better of a champion. So it means that it might be a little harder to kill the Bane as they look like they're to collapse.
Die! The shockwave! They didn't have any shift to go in, and it doesn't matter. It's one wombo combo where it's just a 1-2 punch. Ohio Northern is knocked on out. And only member to survive. Aggression, they were pushing down the barrel of mid lane, but they're just gonna wait. You got minions coming into play. The Slice of Maelstrom is available, but you don't have any members coming up for 20 more seconds. One last defense, but Cannon, you ain't going to do anything about it, as that is going to be Purdue Northwest. What a good 2-0 series from them, and because of this, with the way the rules work, they do secure themselves that first seed thanks to the head-to-head they now hold over Ohio Northern.
It made it a I don't think that was the game that either of us expected to watch when we said, oh, in our little pod group earlier this week, when we said, oh, look, we've got bangers on Saturday, and we start with Purdue Northwest against Ohio Northern. I don't think any of us would have said, oh, yeah, it's going to be a 2-0 stomp from Purdue.
I straight up didn't say it was. I said it was going to be a 2-1 because I was thinking that it would be a 2-1 series. I said it on the pod because I was just like, yo, I think this is a 2-1. And it honestly, it had the possibility to be a 2-1, right?
It had all the makings of a 2-1.
Yeah. But, I mean, it was a banger in a different kind of way because it was an explosive 2-0 game from the side of Purdue Northwest. And I feel like that, a lot of people have been talking, are people sleeping on Ohio Northern? I heard a lot of people saying whispers about, is Purdue Northwest really as good as they are, right? And because they didn't look that great in their loss that they had in the previous week. You know what?
That doesn't
I think
matter
they look
anymore.
good.
I think they look really good. So if you're on with our foldy sheet with our tiebreakers, if you are worrying about that, if you're Grandview University, if you want to see if you can get that first seed, you need to win both tonight and tomorrow, and also average like 14 minutes a game in order to pass Purdue Northwest. So while it's not impossible, it's just highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's a rough time. It's a rough time. You know what? Good stuff from Purdue Northwest. We love to see it from them. I'm excited to see who we actually have for an interview from Purdue Northwest. Actually, I do see. I went ahead and now that the game is over, I've hopped over into the chat and I see there's some calls for Win King, who I would love to actually have on for an interview. So we're gonna see who we're gonna be able to get. Oh, we're getting Toponer in for an interview. So we're going to go ahead, take ourselves a short break, and when we come back, we'll be going into that interview with Toponer, the now first seed team of Purdue Northwest. But before we do, Mecca, I heard you were excited about a couple things.
I'm always excited about stuff, but I'm excited about in-person esports events. I just booked tickets to go to an esport event, and I'm very excited to go because it's not just going and watching esports. It's going to watch esports with your friends. It's going to play games with your friends. It's this whole big social thing. You're in an arena. You're in a room full of tons of people who have the same interests as you, the same vibes, and they may not be cheering for the same team or the same player, but you all are cheering for the same game. That sounded really corny when it came out of my mouth, but it really is legitimately true, right? You know, you get when you go to esports events, you get to meet your friends, your peers, people you met online but have never actually met in real life. And it really is the passion of esports. And gamers and their experiences can just be one aspect that's covered in Unified's newest offering, Mastering the Arena, People Powering Esports, which you can read using the command !people power in chat. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with an interview after this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC. We're here talking with Toponer. Toponer, it's got to feel very, very good to have that 2-0, but it also got to feel good to be the first seed. I had interviews with you in the previous season, brother. How does it feel to be undisputed first place going in the playoffs?
You know, definitely a turn of events. I think in the past, people have expected us to go first, and like we've fallen short on some of those things. So finally being able to come in as a #1 seed is really vindicating for me. To be like, yes, we finally put ourselves in the top of the MEC.
Do you feel that because in previous seasons you were like expected to be really good and you kind of didn't meet those expectations, that there were less expectations for you this season and you kind of exceeded them? Or did you feel the same kind of like, oh, we need to be a first place team kind of expectations, and you rose to them this time?
I always gauge it by everyone that's coming in, and everyone that's coming in is fresh talent that's like hot off the grill, ready to get those wins, and I want to meet those expectations with them. So as always, I was going for #1. So I'm really glad that we were able to do it this time.
All right, I gotta ask the big question. It's on the tip of everybody's tongue here. I heard that it took you guys when we wait around for the lobby. We have checks for the lobby. It took y'all a little bit longer to get into the lobby. Is that because you guys had to wash off after the Seraphine Senna game, or like, tell me, did you guys feel dirty after that? Because that's a dirty bot lane to be able to break out, brother.
Yeah, definitely a little bit dirty. You know, we're definitely a little bit disgusting with it. I think honestly we have 100% win rate on it. So I'm always super comfortable playing that matchup and definitely ready to always just get it going for those free wins.
And now, game 2. If I had made an MEC bingo card, Vayne would not have been on it. In fact, Vayne wouldn't have been on the first 3 MEC bingo cards. Yet, Vayne gets locked in. What was going through? Why did a Vayne get locked in? And how did the Vayne get so incredibly fed that was able to just kind of steamroll the game?
Yeah, so throughout the draft, like they pick super things that makes it so Vayne can easily play. A lot of the ADCs get banned, the ones that are super priority. So it's like ultimately it starts coming down to, okay, like in a traditional game, what would work best. And like we looked at it, Lucas winking my AD, he was like, I'm down to play Bane because we had a suggestion to play it, so we ended up picking it and worked magnificently. We're playing for the 3v3. We knew we were stronger in the 3v3, and so when it came time at 3 minutes that 3v3 fight came out, it was a mop.
They cleaned it on up, good and easy like that. I got a big question to actually ask too, in regards as a follow up. You have a coach, right? Marquez, who is a fantastic guy. I gotten to talk to him a couple times. I feel fine actually bringing this information out into a public domain because they posted it inside of a Discord server, the MEC Discord server. Guys, I promise you, do not eat a bunch of extra goldfish crackers and flavored Tootsie Rolls. It will not go well. Is he okay?
I think he was going through it. He was destroying the bathroom like as he was coming into these games. So
that was in between game 1 and game 2. For those of you not looking at timestamps,
I think he was going through it for sure. So how thankfully he came out on top.
Looking out for Marquez. All right, appreciate it. Well, Tafoner, I gotta ask before we go ahead and send it on over. With you guys being the #1 seed, I feel like it's only proper to give you the floor. Any shout outs you want to give to the long-time Purdue Northwest supporters, or even the Taponer fans that have been chilling inside the chat? You guys definitely got them.
Yeah, so much love to everyone, all of their supporters, PNW supporters, Taponer supporters. It's been almost 4 years that I've been playing this game for the MEC. So everyone that's stuck from the beginning to the end, I'm really appreciative of everyone. Big shout outs to my whole entire team, all of them, freshies, definitely getting in on this and coming out, being able to make it on top. So much love to all of them. Much love to Marquez. He does a lot of our drafting, so I really appreciate it.
Oh, there's the message!
And much love to my family, supporting me throughout the journey that I've had throughout college.
Thank you so much, Tafoner. It's been a pleasure. I'm looking forward to being able to see more of you guys. Playoff starts up on Monday. I'm excited to see what you guys got cooking for playoffs. You go ahead and take care and enjoy the rest of your night, all right?
Thank you. We will be cooking.
All right. Well, that wraps up match 1 for the night, but we've got another one after this too.
Yeah,
right.
We do. It's a big one too.
It's an important match, right? Like we had said the last 3 matches of the regular season very important because Grandview has this opportunity now to try and get to the 2nd seed.
Well, I think they can only get to the 3rd seed because they can only get the 3rd seed because the way it works, and just to give a quick alliteration to it, is the way tiebreaker works happen. And this is basically how it works inside of the league. Is it goes based off of time and then the head-to-head that goes in. So Purdue owned the time, so they're guaranteed 1st seed, right?
Yeah.
So they're #1, as you heard everybody chanting and going #1 in the background there. That's why Purdue's #1. After that, it becomes Grandview versus the side of Ohio Northern, and Ohio Northern beat Grandview in the head-to-head series that they fought. So Ohio Northern is guaranteed 2nd, no matter what. But Grandview has a lot of fluctuating that they can do here. They could either be 3rd, they could be 4th, or they could be 5th, depending on how these 2 series play out, because they play their next 2 games. They play 1 game after this, which is going to be against Briar Cliff, and then tomorrow they face Ottawa Braves, which will be another tiebreaker match, especially if they win here against Briar Cliff. So we're going to take ourselves that short little break, get ourselves ready for this 2nd series of the night, and we will be right back. So do not touch that browser.
First question is here at MEC, the events, some of these are live and get the playoff line. What are the things you look forward to whenever you get an offline event like this?
Honestly, it's kind of some of the most fun is just meeting people and then spending time with my teammates and like, really getting to just do stuff in like a new place that I've never been to. Like, eat a bunch of places. That's kind of my favorite.
Nice. Well, second question. You're bringing a character into League of Legends. Could be any IP, no restrictions there. Could be a real life person.
Yeah.
Who are you bringing into League of Legends?
That's kind of hard to think about. I don't have nothing in particular in mind.
Do you have like any other favorite games? Like a little crossover going for?
Yeah. How about can you just bring a car?
You wanna partner with Rocket League?
Yeah.
Get like literally a car.
Just a car, like a branded car too, and it's got to have the different skin name.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean it'd be the Octane or because like it's Ford, or I mean maybe like Are you going like
they've done some crossovers?
Double
with
crossover,
Epic.
yeah, double crossover. So Lightning McQueen in League of Legends.
Lightning McQueen would go crazy.
Yeah, and it's so the new
build.
Smolderl, the way that the bug is, where it's a max volume no matter what, it just cuts you out.
Yeah, Owen Wilson needs to come into Riot Games.
It's that easy.
Yes, it's that easy.
Day one, you're already pitching Owen Wilson to League of Legends for Lightning.
Get him on the phone, Riot.
It's free money.
Yes.
Free money. Well, last question. Who on Briarcliff is going to go viral and why? At least who's most likely?
Who's most likely?
For better or for worse?
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything, and it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm going to beat you the next time.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's just going to get roasted on Twitter and everything, and then he...
That's intentional, though.
Yes,
he's farming
exactly.
impressions.
He is, yes.
Mike's a gamer.
He's the character.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, appreciate you coming.
Yeah,
Thanks
no problem.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage, zoning them on out. Going into A4, look at Socket. Laying in the move,
Socket?
laying in the damage. Going in, revenge for their honey.
No way!
Socket Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we end up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why, those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome on back to the MEC. We're ready to get into the games here and get everything rocking and rolling, but we still have ourselves a fun little series for us here. GVU is going to have to take on Briarcliff. My name's Travis C. I'm joined here with Mecha, aka Logan. How are you doing, my boy?
I'm excited. We are in the penultimate game of the regular season now for the MEC. We got one game tonight. We got one game tomorrow, and both games feature GVU. It's kind of GVU's destiny at this point. They can make sure that they get third place.
Mm-hmm.
They could drop down to fourth. There's actually a possibility they drop down to fifth as well. But they control their own destiny. The last two games are both GVU games, so.
Yeah, so
Okay,
they can
only drop to fourth.
Yeah, they can only
Can't
drop
do
down to
math.
fourth because so top four basically is right next to each other. If I could actually just get the standing graph, I'm not sure if it's been updated just yet, but we can talk about where it's at. It has been updated. So Purdue Northwest gets the first spot. Ohio Northern takes second officially. GVU plays 2 matches. One is against Briarcliff, who is the 6th-seeded team. If Briarcliff's able to win this, they are still going to be at 6th place. No variation could possibly happen for them. If they drop down here, still no variation. They are locked in at 6. But if GVU loses, then they will be pretty much they will be put right beside of Ottawa Braves. Then Ottawa Braves take them on tomorrow. If Ottawa Braves is able to pick up the win against GVU tomorrow in tomorrow's matchup, then Ottawa Braves will own the series-to-series record. GVU will fall to 4th, and GVU and Ottawa Braves will take 3rd. Because of the variation in game score, because the top 4 has been so heavy towards each other, and Jury being at 3 and 4, there is no possibility for any teams to actually fall below 4th seed from our top 4 after these games. So really right now, Briarcliff, they're playing to spoil any aspirations that GVU have. And I mean, BCU, they have this interesting prep thing that's going on. We actually had a MEC pod that we had done where we had brought in 2 of the players to come in, and one of the players that we had the coach from Purdue Northwest, and then we had Castle from GVU who had came in, and Castle had even actually gone on record when I had asked them about like what's a team that's more terrifying for you guys to play, and they said a team like BCU where they just kind of do random stuff that you're not really sure of because it's just difficult to prep for, and it's one of those things where you kind of say, I'm glad it's not a best of 1, right? Like it's a best of 3 where you're able to kind of, if they do pick up some sort of cheese comp and pick up a dub on you, it's not the end of the series.
Yeah, that's a big thing on its own, right? Best of 3 means you can't get like, there won't be exactly what you said, right? Cheese picks become a little easier to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, more prevalent inside of it, right? We even heard inside the last interview when we were talking about to Toponer, like compositions like Seraphine Centaur are so absolutely broken. Like they're just disgusting. Briarcliff actually at the very beginning of the season, they actually ran a Seraphine Karma game that they didn't win the entirety of the series, but the very first series was against Ottawa Braves, and they actually took a game off of them because of the fact that they ran like this more death ball composition. And they also have a couple people that are very good for themselves. And we also have, this graphic was very quickly made. I said, yo, I don't need this until tomorrow so we can talk about it. So we'll have it for tomorrow as well. MEC tiebreakers, because it has been a hot topic inside the chat. We wanted to have this graphic up for you all. Purdue Northwest versus Ohio Northern versus Grandview. So you can see the breakdown between all three of them. If all three of them finish off with a 6-1, right? The game time in wins. Purdue Northwest, fun fact, has not had a single game go past 30 minutes. While GVU has had a 40-minute game, and I think one or two like early 30-minute games. And Ohio Northern has had like 4 games that go into the very end. But because ONU also hold the series record against GVU, ONU are the team that were able to go ahead when it comes down to the team versus team setup there. It's not just a game time in wins for like all 3 of them, because that would be a little bit weird to be like, GVU, you're second seed, even though you lost to the team that's 3rd seed and you guys have the same record. So that's how that ends up working out. So that's why ONU has 2nd seed, and that's why GVU cannot go up to 3rd. But here we go. Go ahead and take a quick moment to check out the rosters here, as I'm going to let my co-caster take it on away.
Yeah. Strict Proctor in the top lane for GVU, Castle in the jungle, Jing Qual sitting in the mid lane, and the bot lane duo of Nightstar and Pluto up against the Briarcliff topside, Oxy in the top lane, Mike in the jungle, Camer in the mid lane, followed by their bot lane of Zro and Raymond. So, big matchup of the match. The junglers and the mid lane here, huge. Mike and Camer over for the Briarcliff side, Castle and Jinqual over for the GVU side. Both are very good mid jungles. Not that we have many bad mid jungles, if any mid jungles in the MEC, but both are very good mid jungles. We've seen a lot of Mike carry games on Olaf, on Gwen. Prepare to see a lot of jungle carry come through for Mike.
I think the most interesting one for me is just the fact that I look over at this roster and I look over at BCU and I'm like, wow, this is cool. You got some great pieces here. This is actually also a possible matchup that we will see on Monday. Well, I don't think it will happen on Monday. I think it will happen the week after, because I don't believe the 3rd and 6th place teams will play. Because remember, BCU is locked in 6th place. Whoever gets 3rd seed is going against this team in playoffs. So 3rd and 6th is going to be BCU versus either Grandview or Ottawa Braves. So we might actually be getting a little bit of a preview of what that first playoffs round is going to look at. So BCU, they would actually love to be able to get that big confidence boost win against this team and kind of get themselves geared up, get their minds ready for what's to come.
We're getting into draft. It's going to be a brutal... We saw some good drafts tonight already. I'm excited to see where both these teams go. Again, prepare yourself. Briarcliff University is probably going to try and itemize in towards a carry jungler. Be prepared for Oxy. He does a lot of bruisers and skill matchups in the top lane. Both Oxy and Mike they kind of draft around the two of them to a degree, but don't be afraid, because Cameru has a lot of picks that they need to draft around too. There's a lot that you kind of have to ban from on the GVU side to take care of the Briarcliff draft.
Yeah, I agree with this wholeheartedly. As you can already see, hovering a Zyra ban actually, so they see a little bit of maybe that Mike Zyra jungle action you were hyping up earlier. Might have been practicing that out. Mike's a little bit of a crazy individual. I do like the idea too, just because of what you bring up. If you're going to be looking for a win condition, right? BCU might say, all right, let's attack Strict Proctor. Otzi's champion pool does have a lot of matchups that are really good into what Strict Proctor likes to play, right? Strict Proctor plays a lot of tanks. Hey, Otzi has a mean Fiora Darius.
Yeah, Fiora, Darius, Jax, and they'll play Gwen, and Gwen is a huge flex between Oxy and Mike, right? We've seen it go to Mike more recently, but Oxy has picked up the Gwen before too, and it's been good. So there's a lot of champions that can be used on both sides here. Grandview waiting on their ban right now, but a Rel ban coming through for Briarcliff. That's just a pretty good standard flex ban that's going through. A lot of control that Castle could have with that in the jungle. A lot of control Pluto could have with the bot lane. And right there, we talked about you need to ban Cameron's champ pool. There is the Twisted Fate ban from Grandview University.
Yeah, and Cameron mostly plays that AP variant of the Twisted Fate as well, where we see in a world where everybody's playing AD, Cameron says no, I will not. I actually wonder if the brand might be taken away, because that's another champion that Cameron has shown to be very, very strong on, and has forced a lot of teams to adjust to the brand on the fly. Fiora, last ban, first pick is available for BCU.
Yeah, I wonder if they go brand here and leave it as a flex. Mike has played it before. Cameron's definitely played it before. It does look in which they're thinking about it. Also, the last ban from Briarcliff's side is that Udyr. It's a really good ban against Strict Proctor in the top lane. He's one of the very good Udyr players in the league. That's a Senna first pick. We'll see. We've seen Senna tonight already. We saw it in the Senna Fiend comp. We'll see if it's going to be in that same kind of comp, if there's going to be fastings. We'll see how that goes. We'll wait to really digest that pick till later. But Varus got left through the draft. It's been banned all night so far, but this will be our first Varus game. This is our first Varus game in a while. We don't get to see much Varus here on the weekend slots.
No, and it, like I said, it's the highest pick ban champion inside the MEC. If you look at the stats, it is pick or banned almost in every single game inside the MEC. It's just a very common champion here, but in the hands of Nightstar is a devastating character, and you can already see paired together with a Rakan, great team fighting that could possibly come in. I'm actually wondering if BCU is going to go for that Senna Seraphine, since they did lock in the Senna, and we just got done talking about how free that can feel sometimes.
Yeah, the Senna lock-in early basically says to GVU kind of how you want to play, and we do see the Seraphine locked in, but it means that you have the option, right? Because GVU could realistically take a Seraphine away if they wanted to at one point, but they choose not to. It's a Talia locked in. That could go to Mike, that could go to Cameron. We're going to have to wait a little bit to see really where that's going.
Interesting. That's kind of like a takeaway. I know we haven't gotten to see a lot of Talia games from Jinqual in this season of the MEC, but it used to be like Jinqual's signature champion was the Talia, so it's actually just so interesting to see it getting picked up. I want to see if Cameron is going to make those roams happen, but on the flip side, that's a Zac lock-in. That has a lot of flexibility. That could be mid, that could be jungle, that could be top.
Where's production, be prepared with the Jason meme, but
there's no Jason in this game. We can't use the Jason meme. Just
I know. I was going to say to edit it. I was going to say to edit it.
Why? Nobody's picked Zac inside of GVU.
Just
you know.
Prepare it.
No. It doesn't make sense. It loses its value, Mecha.
All right,
please.
All right. Gwen and Darius both banned from Grandview. They're not convinced where this Talia is going. They do want to ban the Gwen out from Mike's champion pool. Jarvan Nocturne gone from Grandview. Castle really good on Jarvan Nocturne. The other champion Castle's really good on that's still up, Lee Sin. We'll see if they want to fit that into this comp, or if they're going to give him the Zac or go somewhere totally different with it.
You could go Lee Sin if you're Mike in this option here. They do have to reveal a little bit more. Grab the Corki. That makes sense. Jinqual has gotten a pentakill on this champion inside the MEC season.
Yep, and that means the Zac is not going mid. So, but it's still a double flex, right? The Zac is truly a drafting issue for most teams, because it can go to 4 roles. If you're willing to play it in 4 roles, you can play everything but carry. That's a Mordekaiser in the top lane.
Indeed it is. Time to kidnap somebody with the Mordekaiser ultimate. Take them on over to the Shadow Realm.
So I'm wondering if that's going to be their counter against Zac. If they've decided, hey, that's going to be a top lane Zac. That's going to be the help there. And that right there is a hover of Mike's Lee Sin, which is very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. You want to take a brawler inside the jungle when you have Senna Seraphine.
Oh, God.
Just because you want them to pair together. There's no way there's going to be a Shaco inside.
Please, no.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to... That would be such a bad game for Rammus.
Pluto is just...
He's just trolling you. You're just getting trolled.
I know.
At this moment in time. I would love to see Echo, actually. That's one champion I think is slept on pretty hard inside of competitive play. Echo's really good.
I refuse to say anything until... Okay.
That's great.
Okay. So that's a little bit of a skill matchup right there. Graves into the Lee Sin. Both teams are going carry jungle here.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, makes sense. Castle. We talked about it on MEC Pod when we were talking about like having a little debate about like what makes an MVP, and we were talking about the different teams, different players. Castle's never the reason you lose on a game, so who better to put on a carry champion than
the
Castle,
guy who's
right?
never gonna lose you a game.
Yeah. Like it's great. Like he's really good at farming, has great pathing. Is usually very, very solid at being able to get some good ganks off. But you're also running into this thing where you have a triple marksman composition, which is very interesting as well, because it means that your sieges are going to be putting in some work on these towers. So if there's ever a team fight dub for yourself,
this feels like a big armor game here, right? You should probably see Oxy building that the Undying Reprise or whatever it's called that the Volley Bear built in the first game. Frozen Heart also a big one here, but not really for Oxy. It just kind of seems like a really good armor game here off of Briarcliff.
I agree. I feel like it should be, right?
Sunfire Aegis or Cape or whatever it's called today.
There's so
Iceborne Gauntlet, big armor game.
There's so much magic damage from BCU though. Like I'm a little bit concerned about that, right? Senna will take a bit of time, right? You're on that support itemization, you're fasting. So it does mean that you're kind of on this soul point where you're waiting. Your sole AD at that point then is Mike.
I was gonna say, but at least you do have a Lee Sin that Mike does deal real damage, and you know that there will be a Senna if the game goes long enough. Grandview doesn't get any more magic damage. Now Zach does deal magic damage. I didn't need to state that, but like, you're not gonna really get. There's a non-zero chance Nightstar.
Corky does a lot of magic damage. I'm just saying. I mean, Corky does a lot of magic damage. Varus does a lot of magic damage. People actually sleep on how much magic damage that Varus can do, even when they're doing the AD variant. They're still doing a lot of magic damage. I mean, it's hard to tell. I look over at Strict Proctor, and I'm like, yo, Strict Proctor is in for a good position. This name change. Wait a second. When did he change his name to Lenient Proctor?
That's so good. That's so good. That is such a good name.
I'm a Strip Proctor fan now. Bias Caster locked in. It's time to go ahead and get into game number 1 here in this best of series between Briarcliff and Grandview. Gamble up on the screen. Just going to take a quick look at it. It looks like undecisively. It looks like it is just straight up Grandview. Apparently there is no music Let's See in chat hitting them with the hashtags this time around.
Lenient Proctor is such a good name.
You're still on it?
I'm still on it. It's an excellent name. Because we have asked Proctor about his name, and we never got like the answer was just not super insanely good, but this makes it better.
I like it. You gotta play into the name every now and then.
It's a meme time. Like that's what we really need. We need memes here.
I'm very happy that they changed your name to something still Proctor related and not barcodes.
Absent Proctor could be the next one. Just keep getting further and further away from Strict.
The Proctorverse is what we'll call it. You approve?
Yeah, no, I'm in for that. I'm trying to figure out how many Spider-Verse jokes I can make now.
Okay, yeah, that will be our gimmick for this cast here. It's just going to be a pretty chill start to the game, right? We'll see the Graves and Lee Sin. Graves should be able to just do a quick full clear of their camps, and kind of keep our eyes on these junglers to really have some big action for themselves.
Yeah, top lane is going to be the unusual for Oxy, but more of a wet noodle fight. Has nothing to do with okay, that's a flash already.
Pluto flashing in. They want to get the kill. Knight has been dropped as well. Check out Nightstar laying in a good amount of hurt as well, as they're trying to get Grievous with those wounds. Raymond lays in a little bit of hurt back and forth. Good trade in the bot side of the map. Grandview trying to blow everything to finish off 0, but not going to find any kills. Just going to blow their own summoners as a result.
So in the first game, we talked about the Smolder building Serpent's Fang and how it was like a mega good item purchase because of the Seraphine comp.
It's also good here.
I was going to say, Varus, you're a champion that built Serpent's Fang. Actually, Corky's a champion that built Serpent's Fang. Into Mordekaiser and Seraphine?
I'd say taking a good amount of damage, but we need to go down here to the bot side of the map here as Pluto is caught out. No life raft intact. The root connects, and it almost dooms Nightstar as well. First blood goes over in favor of Mike.
Good place for it to go into. You want Mike to be able to carry this game early. The Talia's going to take a minute. The bot lane's going to take a minute. The top lane's going to take a minute. Everyone else is going to take a minute. But Mike can do a lot of damage early.
Yeah, and we want to see this until the fact that we can see that Weaver's Wall be online for camera as well, right? We want to see them on this Talia move around the map and impact these lanes. The bad news that you have to deal with is Strip Proctor is doing just fine in topside. Otzi is kind of suffering a bit. But check out this invade coming in from Castle Pluto. Very deep, good ward. They'll be able to get eyes onto the Talia coming in. They did not steal the red buff away. It was secured by Mike, and that worked Earth is to their dismay. Mike getting a second kill. Pluto trapped inside of this jungle. They're gonna have to jump over, make that grand entrance, a flash safeguard, a double kill to Mike. Grandview, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's the early game win condition for Briarcliff is let's get Mike fed. Right, if we get Mike fed, we can transition really easily into a late game scenario, which is kind of where they want to sit. They're getting Mike pretty fed, and Oxy's taking a lot of damage here in the top lane. Now, that shield will let him regenerate a lot of health once he procs it, and procs it again. So, he's got some more health than it looks, but this is a scary top lane right now for Oxy. Especially with Castle coming in.
Coming around. Gonna make him smooch. Flashes over the wall and gets the passive. Stays alive. Mike coming around. Pluto's gonna catch him. Pluto at level 2. Catching out Mike. Camber over here throwing out some rocks and threatening him with the whole house. Mike getting their 4th kill of the game, but Castle staying in close with the shoddy, but the feet speak for days. Mike not going to be able to find the intended target. The slingshot goes in, gets the shutdown, and check it out over the wall. Castle must fall, and now Proctor is gone. Raymond gets the kill secured, and Briarcliff are up 6-2 in favor against Grandview.
Was it ever Pluto finding Mike and not just Mike finding Pluto?
Dude,
Mike has had
feel
Pluto's number this game already. We're under 6 minutes in, and Mike has killed Pluto 3 times.
All right, here's the thing, right? I feel like after the first death, it has become a little bit of an issue where it's the kid at the family gathering that you flipped over one time and they thought it was fun, so you just have to keep flipping them for the rest of the family gathering, right?
Yeah,
that's what's happening right now. Yeah, Pluto's getting flipped over and over again. He's just coming back and immediately going back over like, hey, do it again. He's still level 2. Just hit level 3, by the way.
So, Proctor's top lane is now a little bit harder to deal with. So, Zach's passive is a blobby thing. I don't know the exact name, but basically, when he dies, he just gets split into 4 blobs. And if the blobs meet in the middle, he becomes one again. A re-blob. But there's a really long cooldown on it. So if Zach dies and the blobs recombine and he doesn't actually take the death, he just is out of the game for a second, totally fine. But it means that the next fight he has, Zach actually dies. And with Oxy kind of slapping Proctor around like this, and Oxy's ability to kind of sustain health in lane, Proctor could have a really unfun time for the next bit.
Well, if Proctor's able to get their goop, they're able to sustain quite a bit as well. Raymond over here with double buffs, not able to find their exact mark, but there it is. Otzi with the shield is the big part that you have to deal with as Proctor. Proctor is weathering a storm of pain as they're looking to go for the trade. Proctor finishes things off inside of the noodle fight. Zach comes out on top.
So for what it's worth there too, Oxy had to use the ultimate. We saw for a second they went into Mordekaiser world and Proctor still won out.
Yeah. Shadow Realm is not a immediate condition. Yeah.
Zach's got 3 kills already. It's nothing to scoff at for Zach to get 3 kills, right? He's gonna start with a Sunfire or a Hollow Radiant, probably a Hollow Radiance this game with the amount of magic damage. he'll probably go into a Riftmaker or Leandries right after. There will be some serious amounts of magic damage from the Zac.
I mean, that's the thing, too, right? You sustain so much. You can actually see the pressure that's been applied. Grievous has already had to be purchased by Otzi in this matchup. Zac heals so much if he's able to get onto his globs. It becomes such a hard matchup, and it's not your traditional one, right? It's just like this big old flubber of a top laner who's just walking around. Pieces of them are falling off all over the place, and he just scoops it up, puts it back into his mouth. He's like, hey, I'm back. He pulls like a Popeyes the Sailor Man, you know?
I don't know of a single person who just doesn't have a huge smile on their face when they're playing Zac. He's just such a fun champion to play. So goofy.
One of the least toxic mains you could find, probably, right?
Yeah.
Ram mains aren't toxic.
Zac.
Yeah, the Rammus fans are they're a shy bunch.
Well, you know someone's a Rammus main when they spam emotes all game, but it's just the Rammus thumbs up, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody, you fine?
Our producer's trying to get us to confirm that Xerath mains are chill. Yes, Xerath mains are chill.
No, they're not. They suck.
You have a problem with Xerath mains?
And Xerath mains suck. Yeah, Xerath mains are absolutely just like turbo monsters. Like they always think that they're like skill shot gods. Like they think that they're the people who started the trend for skill shots on YouTube back in the early days. And they haven't, their montage is literally some of the worst clips that you could possibly ever see, or some of the most unimpressive stuff. But they're going to tell you about how cool that skill shot was that they hit. Here comes the Weaver's Wall into the bot lane. Here's somebody who's going to show you a skill shot, but misses, goes right into the split. Raymond taking a good amount of hurt. One more piercing arrow could finish things off, but Nightstar is going to get that lucky. They're going that on-hit variant. They're going to lay in a little bit more hurt back into camera. Flash piercing arrow. Nightstar says sleep on that.
Sure, everything gets done in the bot lane. Camera had to give up a lot to go down there, and he's out of mana now, so Camera's going to have to back, and Corki kind of just gets free push in the mid lane now. It becomes a little bit more difficult for Camera to deal with, though. It's PP into the mid lane. Mike will be here to make sure the wave doesn't go anywhere.
Is also just kind of tethering around, was like, hey, back up, you got no mana, I will jump onto you, kick you in the face, Corki, I'm not above it.
And for what it's worth, Mike is up a lot of damage to this game already, right? He's got a full Sundered Sky now, but he had close to a full Sundered Sky before. He's up 600 gold on his opponent, so it's not like he couldn't kill Corki.
No, he could absolutely put in the work for it. It has that Dragon Rage kick, too, that is available. So remember, that is a lot of damage that you could put in, but respect the Corki as well. His one Valkyrie means that you won't be able to finish him off, so needed the pieces to be able to be there. A lot of this gold is shifting onto that Lee Sin after getting 4 kills in quick succession. Ludo, now at level 6, has found themselves infinitely more comfortable, and Nightstar feeling a-okay to just kind of trade away this danger that you have to go in here. Yet again, a corrupted arrow hits it smart. Nightstar seals it off with an arrow. Nightstar gets the solo kill bot lane.
It really felt like Nightstar should have been in the tower range there. It really looked like Nightstar should have gotten hit by a tower shot or two, and I have a feeling that that's roughly what Zero is saying right now in voice comms.
So close.
Yeah.
So close. Right on the edge.
Jinkwall's got package, by the way, so we'll see it get used here onto camera. But
yeah, into the worked earth, so he got stunned as a result. I think that they mistimed it a little bit. Now they're going to get Seismic shoved back into camera. He throws a very big rock. Here comes the quickening. Pluto goes down, but Castle and Jinkwall are able to pick things up. 1-for-1 trade, and just had to give up Pluto as a sacrifice.
Pluto gone. Only in our hearts, though. Only in the actual...
only on the wrist. He's still in our hearts.
Well, he's still in our hearts. Just like the planet, which was also removed from being a planet.
Still a planet to me.
It's still a planet to me. Alright, Zac ended up going for the Spirit Visage up here in the top lane. So, I didn't finish off that Bommy's Cinder item, but I do expect that to go into a Hollow Radiance. There's a lot of magic damage over on the other side, and he can kind of just... Lee Sin does a lot of damage, but he doesn't do that much damage, so Zac can kind of just tank that up by being Zac.
How funny will it be if he just doesn't complete that Bomby Cinder item he goes
it
into
would
the
be
next item? Is
so infuriating to me.
It's the curse of, I'm going to sound really smart and say he's going to build this, and he just keeps not building that item until the very end of the game.
It's like for a little bit, there were Talon players who just couldn't figure out how to get the mana right on Talon. So you'd build the Tear of the Goddess and just leave it for a while, and then eventually build it into a Manamune. But you wouldn't start with it. It infuriated me to no end.
Those Talon players sound like a special breed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I liked playing Talon, but never did that build. I just bunga bunga, delete your HP bar. That's my way of going. My ninja way, if you will. Castle, though, finding out that Mike's ninja way is feet to face.
Yeah, even though Lee Sin can't see, he does know that Graves is right there. That would be an interesting thing to go on in game. Well, it would be interesting to go on in game that smokescreen doesn't affect Lee Sin because he can't see.
Kind of game breaking.
Yeah.
Lee Sin immune to blinds.
I mean, Lee Sin's kind of already a counter to Graves early game, so.
Oh, right now he's trying to go into this dragon pit. There's a lot of vision that's going to show exactly where he is, though. So it's going to still be inside that pit. The collapse belongs to the side of Grandview. Good call from Mike to get back with the rest of the team. Jinkwall is here. No push is available. Weaver's Wall over, ready to go. Going for it. Teleport comes over. Mike was able to steal the dragon as Pluto with the quickening. It's going to get out just fine. Seraphine dropped as a result. Lenient Proctor over here onto the side. That worked. Earth kept Zach from being able to move. And now Jinkwall with the Valkyrie is able to get into range to be able to deliver a very special package. It's full of explosive delight as Castle also shot off their collateral damage. Not able to finish off a kill, though, as the Seraph's Embrace able to shield away a lot of the pain. Now Raymond down here into the bot saying, in for the Hall of Pain, as they will be dropped on down. A trade 1-for-1, but it's A-okay. Pluto says, you know what, I've died 4 times. What's a 5th?
Pluto's going for the Mikhail's build here, so really just understanding that death is okay in this game.
Death is the start of a new beginning for Pluto.
I'm ready for the redemption second here. The other important item.
Best item.
Well, I mean, you can use it while you're dead, which it seems like Pluto's spending a lot of time right now.
Might as well, right? Invest in it. That's free real estate out there. Dude, remember when Revive was a thing and we had, like, the Karthus build where it was just about like teleporting and just like running at your opponent to make the most use out of your passive with Revive?
Yes. That
was a great time. Great time period. You guys remember that? Anybody in MVC old enough to remember that? I don't think so.
Alright, this Herald started up and looks to be finished in a moment here, as long as Mike can make sure to smite it. Oxy will grab it there. In Mord World now, Oxy and Castle.
Yeah, welcome to Otzi's world. Castle is getting shredded apart. It flashes away at the perfect time, and guess what? It feels so sweet to get payback just like that. Castle, your skill onto Otzi. Good tether onto the back end. Gets Pluto and makes it to where Pluto isn't going to be able to continue their engage forward. But a kill secured for Grandview. They were able to have Herald secured for Briarcliff, but got to make use of that.
Yeah, so Briarcliff had an excellent first 10 minutes. In the last couple minutes, it feels like Grandview has kind of recovered from that first couple of minutes and now seem to kind of be in the right place, except for the fact that Nightstar's getting jumped upon. Camera trying to get onto him now.
Yeah, Nightstar trying to have some fancy footwork, but they get Seismic shoved, and that is a big bounty. That's 550 gold, I believe, was the bounty that was just secured by Mike. In that very big one. It continues the trend, though, of all the gold is on Lee Sin.
Yeah, all the gold's on Lee Sin. The further and further as we get into the game, it becomes, well, less nice to have your gold in one place, and especially that one place being Lee Sin. And I want it, at this point, onto your Talia, onto your Seraphine, onto your Senna. Give them more items. Give them the ability to deal damage. All you as Lee Sin need to do is frontline.
Mike is not doing any front line in this game. He's doing the damage. He's doing the
Yeah,
DMG.
This was Assassin Lee Sin. It's a very different thing.
You just call him Assassin. Because, you know, he's already got the sin in the name. You know,
Assassin.
get it?
No, that's worse.
No. It's just
That's worse. That's worse.
Assassin. You know,
Yeah.
just emphasize the sin. Anyways,
Yep.
going back into the game.
That was game related. That was important.
It was, you know, very important to go through it against everything. But
Okay, so Zach has built a QSS.
yes, yeah.
Okay. Oh, Zach.
Okay, so hold on. He's paying the Mordekaiser's hats. It's fine. It's the Mordekaiser's hats. Eventually, you have to pay it. Zach said, one thing that's very annoying is whenever he hits the ult key, right, and he says, "Let's bounce," and he gets brought into the Shadow Realm, all of a sudden his ult has 0 value.
Yeah.
Trip Proctor doesn't want to have a 0 value ultimate, so they said, you know what, I'll pay the hats. You're 4-1. You got money to spend, dude.
So, Banshee's Veil doesn't use.
We're gonna have to wait on that. Hold on, Trip Proctor in there. Deep Mike gets dropped, package delivered, throw caught out in no man's land. Raymond brings out the shield, but collateral damage finishes everything on off. The worked Earth will be able to finish off Strip Proctor. They jump away. The seismic shove is not there. Proctor lives through it all. Is able to grab up a blob, put a little bit more of themselves back in, but Proctor, that was the wrong place to go. Immediate use of the Quicksilver as Lotzi will still be able to be there to be to their detriment. Cameron gets the kill though. What a bit of chaos here inside the mid lane.
What a little bit of, yeah, really. So, Zach is now doing something very interesting in this game, but she's building half of a bunch of items for no reason. So he's got a QSS, he's got a Bomby Cinder. He hasn't thought about building the rest of either of these items. He's got a Blasting one, which means he's going towards Leandri's now.
You sure about that?
It's Leandri's or Riftmaker, but I'm pretty sure Riftmaker is Fiendish Codex, so...
You sure about that?
Yeah. The only Quicksilver Sash item that's that's left in the game is a Mercutial Scimitar, which is a crit AD item.
Yeah.
I don't think Zach's.
What happened to Hollow Radiance? Do you think he's not going to build that ever now?
At this point, no. I have zero faith.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, in this game, you kind of get away with kind of doing the garage sale Zach build, right? Where you're just like, I got a little bit of everything. Everything must go. It's completely fine. Pluto getting a nice catch out. Raymond gone. Castle gets that kill. Strip Proctor out here in a 1v2 scenario is going to see if they can push them together. Possibly get out of dodge. They're bouncing around, trying to get away. The flash. Candy coming to play. The mace is getting in the range. Strip Proctor goes down. Mike dropped down to half HP in the mid lane. Grandview is having everything go their way.
Grandview is just making sure. Like, the Zach dying is kind of whatever. So, Zach getting a 4-1 start is really nice for Zach to get items early. But at this point, Zach's entire job is to jump into the enemy team and be really tanky. He's doing a pretty good job of that.
That was a Lee Sin flash kick into the back. And that was pretty cool.
That's pretty nice.
Good stuff. They got Jin Qual as well. That was another bounty. That's something else to take note of, and that went over.
Okay.
Nightstar has quietly and just become very, very strong on this Varus. Is kind of hitting that raid boss territory. You need to figure out a way to finish him off. Castle coming around here onto the side, looking to get the kill onto Mike. This time, Castle's the one sent over to the Shadow Realm. Castle, dash around, get out, escape just fine. They're back onto the Rift. They have escaped successfully. The Shadow Realm looking to catch out Otzi said, "Hey, come back here. You put me inside the Shadow Realm. I didn't want to be there. Gonna go ahead and throw a couple shotgun blasts. Give him a kick. And then a collateral damage finishes things off. Castle is now unstoppable. Strip Proctor is bouncing all over the place and cannot be stopped, will not be stopped. Pluto goes on in, flips on around the Encore, finishes off Pluto through, though that might be the last thing you know as Nightstar is in hot pursuit. Raymond coming around onto the side. Castle continues to fire off buckshot after buckshot and continues to dominate the game.
Castle is not the reason you lose a game. It continues. Castle is doing so much damage here, right? Nightstar obviously is doing a massive amount of damage, but Castle was kind of that bridge from this really kind of poor early game where Mike got really fed to getting Nightstar really fed. That's a Baron gone at 23 minutes.
Yeah, no, this is a Grandview game, I feel like, at this moment in time, right? Like, they've really done a good job of neutralizing the early advantage that the Lee Sin had. Now you have a Graves who is ahead. You have an unkillable Zac who is popping off inside the game. You've got a Corky who is 1-1-6. That's exactly what you want. They had that Malignant, so they're just going to keep pew-pewing away. I mean, you got to look for some sort of a play at this moment in time. You're going to be able to find the Corky at this instance, but Briar Cliff, they haven't been able to turn these picks when they get them into anything instrumental. And look at this, Strip Proctor's just going to dash on in. They slingshot over the wall. They don't catch anybody, but check it out. Pluto says, I got 3, and it's time to bag them. Castle goes godlike, continues to lay in the aggression. Double kill goes over as Castle gets brought into the Shadow Realm. Otzi lit the 1v1, looking to take him on down. Will do such as Otzi gets themselves the kill onto the Graves. Now it's Strip Proctor, who is going to go down. Who knew a mace would be super effective against the goo?
Now, only if Zac had Hollow Radiance there. I will not stop this. I will not stop.
Oh, Nightstar, this is a 1v3 scenario, bro. Nightstar, what?
No,
that is... Nightstar...
That red buff is not worth it.
Nightstar... Nightstar really thought they were them. They really, at that moment, they said, yo, Nightstar doesn't miss.
Except for right then.
I mean, he hit his target, but then he realized that target could hit back, right? Like...
All right, start of the mid lane falling down.
Yeah, no, and now Pluto gets absolutely demolished. The package has been used. What is this crazy set of events? Did I spur something into existence? I said GVU should be A-okay. What are you doing?
It feels like each member of GVU is playing their own main character RPG right now.
Bro, like, I don't get it. Like, there's so many main characters on this team at this current moment in time. Like, every single one of GVU keeps showing up to 1v1 Briar Cliff, well 1v4, 1v5 Briar Cliff, and they keep saying, "Oh, but do you think you would lose to him?" And they go, yes. "Nah, I'd win." Bro, spoiler alert, that doesn't work.
I'd like to note, Strip Proctor has completed a second full item.
Bro, we need going. You know what? I bet you inside a Twitch chat right now, BCU, they've got their 6th Phantom player who's jumped into the Twitch chat. They've started hitting the hashtags. It started to empower them. GVUs, their palms are sweaty. They don't got anybody cheering for them. They got no hashtags. They got no exclamation marks. They got nothing to be able to come in here. They're getting a little sweaty. The popularity game, they're like, we got to do something a little bit tricky. We got to do something a little bit crazy. And here we go. Strip Proctor call it out in a 1v3 scenario. The Weaver's Wall comes into the mid lane. As you can see, that it's going to just be bouncing time. They're all separated, divided. The rest of GVU look like they will fall. Shutdown goes over to Cammer as Otzi is in hot pursuit for more targets. They still have that Shadow Realm that they'll be able to put on in. Nightstar's going to be able to use that Corrupted Arrow, be able to chain it around, continue getting those roots stats on, but they can't finish anything off. Jinquil's down inside of the bot side, has teleport available. You can see the bat timer being used by Strip Proctor, but they're just barreling down. A nice seismic shove. The cleanse has to come out to make sure that they don't get hit up with the follow-up damage. Corky, you need to you need to help your team. This is going to be a mid inhibitor going down.
I would not have been surprised in the least if they just tried to end right there. Corky has been is just so in the side lane. Yes, he has TP up, but it feels right now like Briarcliff have flipped the script again. Right, this game started in the Briarcliff side.
Oh my goodness, they're looking for the catch onto Mike. Check it out, Seismic Shot doesn't hit it smart, but the War Turf over here onto the side. Proctor is able to get in there, and Castle finishes off Mike. Big target taken away, but now the Blobs are here to play. They're going to go ahead and divide, and they will not complete. This is 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for top laner. But GVU, they need to clean things up. This is not their time right now.
Nightstar's damage is, well, not great if your goal is to shoot the empowered Qs toward the other team. Nightstar does a huge amount of damage when he gets to push a lot of stacks onto them and then use the E or the empowered Q to proc the blight stacks. But it just, when Nightstar tries to poke from this distance away, I kind of wonder, like, why didn't you go lethality? If your goal here is to poke like this, I feel like lethality would have been a better build.
Well, they're hitting. They're doing their autos, right? They are getting in and doing a lot of their autos. It's just when the chaos ensues, all they can really do is poke, because what they need is the groundwork laid in there. All puns intended. You need the Zac to be able to get into your front line with the Rakan to start off the engage. That way Castle and the Corky can kind of go in that, lay in the groundwork, and then you as Varus come in alongside with this Graves, and you're able to just kind of lay in those auto attacks. You're able to go ahead and split off those HP bars. Check it out, Pluto getting caught over here onto the side yet again. They're going to go ahead and get themselves into a tricky spot. They jumped over the wall, and now Pluto is going to go down as they were sent over into the Shadow Realm, and now a 4v5 scenario is plausible for the side of Grandview. They have to figure out a way to fight this, and Baron, the only objective up, has been started by the side of Briarcliff.
And they actually have a pretty good Baron take. Raymond's going to start to chuck a lot of damage into this. That's it. That's the Baron gone, and this could be a really bad time now for Grandview.
Bro, Briarcliff coming in big with the fight here, and I jinxed it. I cast a cursed it. I did feel like it was just like a situation where you had this godlike Graves, you had Nightstar who was popping off, and now all of a sudden it's like, what happened? What went off the rails here, right? It feels like a tire popped or something like that. They feel deflated. They're looking for a possible one-person pick onto Otzi. Can they find such? They get the kill onto him very quickly. The shield is there, and the shutdown goes over. Package still available for the Corky.
Yeah, but Cameron's taking this turret in top lane, right? He won't be able to take the entire thing. You have to wait a little bit more for a wave. But it kind of feels like Briarcliff is playing the rest of the map and making sure that every time someone goes down, that they're getting more for it than they give up.
Big news here is now the numbers advantage is in favor of Grandview. So, do you notice Briarcliff say, all right, you know what? Bet, we see you moving around the map. We're going to chill out. The package is expired for Janqual. So that is a major playmaking tool gone.
Yeah, there's no objective up right now. There's no way that Briarcliff want to fight. Their continual want to fight is around objectives. I think we're finally getting a strict Proctor third item here. This looks to be a Sunfire cape.
Oh, you were going to talk about the strip Proctor flets that we saw there for a moment there, right? The
no,
Zac just coming up and just be like, hey, look at this bicep, bro.
Zac is a blob.
All right.
So
we don't shame here.
No, not in a bad way, but he can just
kind of flex. He's got muscles.
Yeah,
he's got muscles.
All right,
Obs, dude. Hammer. Wow, that's an
a lot
unadulterated amount of damage.
Yeah. The Corky Rockets are dealing okay.
The Weavers while they get out.
Okay. That's a choice that's been made.
Cameron, I respect I respect that. I respect that. There was a Zag coming in for the bottom. I respect the decision to say, yeah, you know what? This isn't my place. I said my piece. I'm outie.
I was so ready for Strict Proctor to jump over that wall and go in 1v5. I think that's what this game has prepared me for right now, is Zach doing Zach things. So, if you look at the Graves inventory, you'll see that there's this weird green item at the front. That's Mercutial Scimitar, which is the item that Banshee's Veil turns into. QSS turns into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
had to pay the tats.
Yep.
Had to pay the tats because they kept getting put inside of the Mordekaiser dungeon. Also
noting, Pluto built the redemption.
Very important when you have 9 deaths.
Yep.
Otzi's also really hard to deal with at this moment in time inside of a side lane. They have the Morello, right, which is something that they had to build pretty early on because of that. But for allies, the Andrew's Riftmaker, this is like your core, like, I'm an unkillable juggernaut in the side lane build for the Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser's got a lot of health and a lot of damage and a lot of lifesteal.
Mm-hmm.
And no mana problems. And a big shield. It's really difficult to deal with right now.
I don't know who deals with them besides possibly the Corki. Like, Corki just has to stay far away and just pew away.
I don't think there is a single answer to dealing with Mordekaiser. I think no matter who you send, your fight will be very long.
I think your goal is to negate the push in whatever way you can. It's not to deal with Mordekaiser, it's to stop Mordekaiser.
All right. Question time for the audience in terms of Grandview.
Oh, do I count?
You can count.
Okay. I can count.
Do you see any problems with the current Grandview itemization other than
Well, I see that they're looking for a fight onto Otzi, but I don't know if that was much of a problem for Grandview as it was for Otzi. But
yeah, it was more of an Otzi problem, but
yeah. Okay, so problems with itemization for Grandview was your question?
Yeah, we had talked about something that should really be found on the Grandview team.
Are you talking about your Hollow Radiance that you want?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about Serpent's Fang.
Oh, you want Serpent's Fang?
Well, we had talked about there's a lot of shields going on in Briarcliff between the Mordekaiser, between the Seraphine, between Mike, just kind of having shields from existing. There's a lot of shields. Feels like a really good game for Serpent's Fang.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're onto something there. Might be the call to possibly get that rotated in, but with full items on all the carries that could take it, I think that time is come and gone.
Yeah, I think that's going at this point. It looks like Graves will be itemizing into a Death's Dance, I believe, last. Unsure what Nightstar's doing with that Negatron cloak, but see where he goes with it.
Jackshaw.
It could be Joksho. Yeah, with the Terminus, it absolutely could be Joksho.
Could be a possibility. Last item. Makes sense. If you're just looking for something to stay reasonably inside the fights. Especially since you are on-hit Varus, right? Don't have that obscene range that you get when you're playing Lethality Varus.
This is the Dragon. This is sole point here for Briarcliff. Though they don't seem too interested in needing to do it. They're going to give it up to go for the Baron.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
it's not sole point. What are they going to do? Corki's coming in with a teleport possibly, though. That is going to be coming into the mid lane. Check it out. Nightstar clearing out the wave. Otzi is running interference, laying in a good amount of damage, trying to keep him at bay. Baron has been secured. Package delivered onto 4 members. Row used the encore onto 1 sole member, but Mike got the kill. A 1-for-1 trade. Camera trying to get that seismic shove off as Mike is looking for a pick onto Nightstar. Doesn't hit the arrow, but that big rocket doing a massive amount of damage. Camera laying in a good amount of hurt. Check out Mike going into the fight. GA pop as Raymond is over here still trying to poke away, laying in a bit of that shields and heals. Camera drop down critically low, are burning on down. 2 members dropped as the shutdown comes across. Nightstar Castle, they have the inside track. Only Mike is alive for the side of Briarcliff, and they need to get on that. They're looking for a possible flank angle.
Mike can just go.
As they're coming in. They're jumping in. Smokescreen was there. Mike can't get away. Can't find the play. Gets on the Nightstar Castle in the 1v1. The cooldowns are there, but the minion blocks those resonating strikes. Good dodge from Castle as they're dodging around. down. Look at the plays. Look at the moves. Mike's still looking for more. The teleport coming in. Zach will wave things off as Mike and Castle left everything right there in the mid lane. Both walk away alive.
Mike just needed to make sure that they couldn't end there, because there was a distinct possibility that Castle and Nightstar, if they kept going, just could have ended the game.
Did I come into today thinking that there would be a 38-minute game, dead even, with Briarcliff, our 6-seeded team, and GVU, who is contesting themselves in the top 4 for the entire season? No, I didn't have that expectation coming into my head. But you know what? That's what makes League of Legends so beautiful, baby.
Well, here's the interesting thing. If you took nameplates off, I would have told you this game would have happened tonight. I would have said it happened in the last series.
Whew. Things change when you take the nameplates off, when the prestige from past has came across, when the records are stripped bare. It doesn't matter. You just challenge each other mano a mano. This is game 1 of a best-of-3 series, and they're going into the 40-minute mark inside this game.
Can I get some update from production here? What the combined time from the last series was on game time?
That's wild. That would be wild. That's just a wild thing to ask, because
48 minutes and 51 seconds was the last game. Was the last two combined? That was the series.
That's the combined series. That's the combined series time.
Okay, that's the time you're looking for. And if you think it may seem insane, it's only 9 minutes, and realistically, the way these teams are fighting, this could easily go another 9 minutes.
Dude, how poetic is it that I brought it up at the very beginning, how Castle said this is one of the most terrifying teams because you just don't know what they're going to do inside of the MEC pod.
Who would have guessed a Mordekaiser pick?
How hilarious is it that they kind of pull off this one thing where there's just like so many things that are going in. It's 150 stacks on the Senna, right? Like, I can feel it. Grandview is having some issues trying to figure out exactly how to answer out this composition, and it's combined with something that has an insane win rate inside the MEC, or just in general, with this Seraphine Senna.
Alright. Now is the time for everything to just slow down here.
Yeah.
Both teams. Dragon Soul
Pluto
is up for grabs.
Pluto, that's a dangerous place to be at, dude. I don't know if you want to be there. Weaver's Wall is going to be able to come on through. They're going to be able to lay in a little bit of damage onto Otzi. Check it out. Mike's coming in over here onto the side. This all started off of a pick just like that. The Encore hits onto the Corky. They're going to be able to root him up, stun him up, lock him up, and they're going to be able to fight him with the claw, pull him on in, and lock it on up. A shutdown to Briarcliff. The Chargers are charging through the ranks of Grandview.
Can they just end? Can they just go mid and end?
They're running it down. There is not going to be a minion wave. Check it out. It has been cut off by the mid lane. So they're trying to make a push happen down in the bot side. They have a minion wave. They should be able to get 2 towers here. They have to fight only Zach, only Graves. One more pick could be all it takes to be able to end off the game. There's 30 seconds left until the Corky respawns. They're going to be able to decimate this tower. It's gone. Inhibitor next up on the list and cross it on off. Castle over here onto the side trying to do what they can to be able to kite out the fight. Zach goes into the middle of 5, but they got their attention set. They want that dub so freaking bad. One member of the side of Briarcliff is going to be able to fall. Pluto has came back from the base. The attention has been shown. Proctor has been dropped. But now they're continuing to go on in. Castle is looking alive and well, but it might not last that way for very long. The GA is there. He's got so much still going from Nightstar. Has rejoined the fray as well. BCU, they bring in another minion wave. Weaver's Wall is coming on in. The package drawn in. They go in, cut off the line, say you do not want to cross over this side. They're going to be able to find an inhibitor over here onto the side. Castle goes down. GA prompt resurrecting. They're going to go in and bring in a new dawn as it's going to be Jinqual eliminated waiting on the side. Nightstar routed back into the base. They still need their minions to be able to end off the game. They're healing. They're trying to get a fresh breath, but Castle is back with full HP, a red pot to kick, and they're taking in a huge amount of damage. Shutdown goes over. Mike finds one. Go ahead and rack it on up. That's the Chargers charging through the BCU boys. Find game number 1 against GVU.
What just happened? What just happened?
Briarcliff beat GVU in game number 1.
See, that on its own is not that insane to me, right? Like, we talked about this before. Briarcliff on any given day can be like the best team in the league, and they play so weird sometimes. But I'm sorry, what?
Raptive? Briarcliff? I mean, we talked about it before, right?
Like, I don't know what to say.
Briarcliff is that team. They are those grouping of players that can really just take you out at any point in time, and you got to recognize that.
That's a lot went on in that game, right? That game flip-flopped so quickly across the board, right? If you need a quick TLDR of what went on, because that was a long game. Grandview loses early game. Make sure Mike gets really fed early. Then Briarcliff had this lead, kind of stopped throwing the lead. It was a little even early. And then it kind of all fell apart once we got to late game. Grandview had this nice lead. They were kind of getting it together. And then Mike started up again. And the rest of the team kind of started up again. This Mordekaiser was infallible in a side lane. And it just felt like they kept
By the way,
pushing through.
I have to bring this up. Nobody won the Gamba. There was 6K in favor of Grandview. Nobody bet on Briarcliff. Briarcliff won with nobody betting on them.
If that's not a great allegory for this game, I don't know what is.
I mean, it was a good game. It was great to see from them. They had a great showing inside of it. It's still a series, though, right?
Yeah,
you still need to be able to bring it home. There's still more. Before we send it over to a short little break, I do want to go ahead and give a shout out to our MEC finals that are going to be coming in. Hit ! Spring Championship to be able to find information on tickets. MEC finals is a great place to be able to meet up with friends, be able to see anybody. You want to meet up with the BCU baddies and say, hey, yo, let's go ahead and take a picture. Hello. Let's go ahead and just, get squatted on up for the position, get everything going. You can do that. You want to see Grandview? You can do that. If you want to go talk to Prank and ask him why they don't play Gwen anymore and they play Karma instead, you can ask him that. You can ask all your favorite players some of that, and you can also be able to vibe with some of the most amazing people inside the community that you could ever run into. So make sure you use that ! Be able to get your tickets today. We're going to go and throw it over to a short break. I need water. That one game was almost as long as the entire series of ONU versus Purdue Northwest. So I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to rest. I'm going to get myself ready. I hope to see you as soon as we finish this break.
First question. The event here today is a LAN. It's an offline event. So pretty unique in the ecosystem. What do you look forward to? lands versus online?
It's a great bonding experience with the team more than anything. Like being able to pull up with the boys, hang out all day, play League. You know, I'm from Chicago, so
nice.
I can take the team to see some local spots around here. You know,
any big ones so far? Or on
I mean, we went to Portillo's yesterday, but I got a couple spots in mind. They're in town. Like I'm gonna try and get us pizza probably today.
Okay, from
we can go to Illuminati's. There's a couple different spots. My personal favorite, I like Michael's Bar and Tavern on Sheridan and Sheridan and Irving.
Michael's,
yes, named after me, of course.
Right. Well, I mean, you didn't have to tell me. I know. Then, second question: if you had to bring any character, whether it's a real person or game character, anything from anywhere, for to be the next character in League of Legends, who's it going to be?
Have any of the previous boys picked a character from another game yet?
Yeah. No, we've got a few.
I bring the Lich King. I think bringing Arthas to League would be fun.
Oh,
I think Arthas would be fire.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like nice CC based top laner.
Yeah,
that sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, not bad. I mean, you're gonna have to jump through a few hoops to get that. I mean,
why not? If Wizards going through a rough patch, they probably be willing to sell a couple rights here and there.
Easy. All right. Well, last question. You've been answered by some of your teammates, but who is most likely going to go viral on your team for whatever reason? Who's showing up on the For You page? Can't say
probably a Nets, a top laner. It's a miracle that someone from Quebec is able to be decent at League of Legends. So I'm really happy for him. Like he's been struggling today. All right, he's been having his moments and whatever, but I think once people realize that we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
I mean the Quebecois are gonna go crazy for this one. So all right, thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. Yeah, good luck in the game, sir. In League of Legends, I mean, I know you're supportive in life, but mostly, we go to school for League of Legends.
I go to school for accounting. Actually.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah,
better than most. Yeah. No. First question. As far as lands, it's something unique, obviously, to MEC. But what do you look most forward to whenever you get an offline event on the schedule?
Oh, it's just fun. You go and see the city.
Okay, a little travel.
Meet up with people. You go to the bars. Wait, no, I'm not allowed to say that. You go and have fun.
Yeah, I mean they still serve soda at the bars.
Yeah, water. Sparkling water.
Let's class it up for sure. The sparkling water here in the area is phenomenal. Yeah, you travel for that.
Yeah,
absolutely. The second question. All right, we got you on the Riot dev team. We made some calls.
Okay.
Day one though, on the docket, you are doing a collab and need to bring in either a fictional or non-fictional, real person or character from anything to the run. Oh, okay. All right. Any defining characteristics of the kid?
It's just Dwayne, bro. He fucking suplexes you. Wait, am I allowed
to we'll bleep it out. We'll bleep it out.
He's out there.
It's
cooking,
a suplex. I mean, wait. All right, but now we're stepping on Seth's toes.
Well, no. Stepping on John's, dude. It said stepping on his toes.
Okay, no, you're right. You're right. I misspoke. Finally, for Briarcliff, for your team, who's most likely to go viral for good or for worse? And how are they showing up on the For You page?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
Oh, okay. We hit the highlights, soccer highlights.
Yeah, he's gonna go pro.
Is it like a MEC compilation from bystanders, or is it in-game crazy hits with the music montage? Okay, well we'll figure it out. It'll be on the For You page soon.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it. That's what I'm saying. He's gonna go viral for hitting just crazy shots. He's from midfield.
Keep a lookout for it. Well, thanks for showing up.
Okay,
appreciate it.
You.
Yeah. Have a good
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the MEC. Definitely nothing crazy happened.
Yeah,
here.
nothing
Wait.
weird.
Oh, wait, hold on. Down there, it says, wait, Briar Cliff won? That's right. Wait, how long was that game? 43 minutes? What? Wow. Yeah, no, Briar Cliff, if you guys are just now joining us, took down GVU inside of the game number 1. It started off completely Briarcliff favored. 4 kills onto Elysian immediately. They did some cheeky invades. Pluto died a lot. They got ahead, and they were like at one point in time, Castle in the Graves was godlike. Quirky was also really good. Nightstar was really up there. And then things happened, and they didn't. They no good. No longer good. They had that now I'd win moment for all 5 members, and that doesn't work.
No.
That's a red flag. If you ever think, nah, I'd win, that's not a meme you want to be like, that's me. You don't want that.
That I don't even there. The problem with that game is there's not a great way to analyze it, right? Because
I got a couple of things I could analyze.
Please go ahead. I mean, let's start with the biggest problem in the game for Grandview on their loss, right? It felt like in the middle of the game, they decided for something to happen, they needed to go play, and I mean this literally if you weren't watching the game, 1v5s. Watch a Zach go 1v5. You watch a Varus go 1v3. You watch Corky package in and try and run out because there's 5 people there. It felt like Grandview just kept walking into a big death ball.
I feel like a lot of that credit does come to the game plan that I think we got to see on display from BCU, right? Mm-hmm. I had a couple questions when I saw the Talia, because I was like, oh, this is like going into Jinqual. I usually see Talia as like this big, like, I'm going to roam and shut down the other lanes and whatnot. I push, shove, roam. You follow those 3 necessities as Talia, right?
Yeah.
Instead, it served value in a different way. That worked. Earth was actually really good into stopping Zach. And I feel like, yeah, it stopped the Corky as well. It stopped the Rakan as well. I mean, I think BCU came in fully prepped, and it's hard to prep against BCU just because you don't really know exactly what they're going to bring into a map. And so it kind of goes back to the point I was talking about with MEC Pod, what was it, 2 3/4? We had Castle in as a guest. Castle said that teams like BCU are actually kind of scary to actually go against. We saw that inside of game 1. Yeah, you don't know what they're going to do.
The question is what can Grandview do now, being on the back foot, to kind of get back in and win game 2, right? Your Grandview is playing to make sure they don't drop down to 4th place.
I got a great idea.
Oh, please.
Pluto needs to hit level 3 before 7 minutes.
I think that's a good shout.
And not die 4 times.
I think that's a good shout.
They died 12 times in total inside that game.
Yeah, but he bought good items for someone who's going to die a lot.
He did, but I do digress. Like, I think the best we've seen Pluto on, they need to be able to engage in fights. Nightstar and Castle were great inside the game. Jinqual as well. But it felt like their composition kind of got scattered a bit. There was a moment where they kind of just went in one by one, like you talked about, and then it was just like, all right, yeah, now that they're grouping up, we actually can't do anything about Talia.
They played very detached from each other. I'd like to see a draft here that gets Grandview to play just standard front to back that they can actually execute upon, right? They tried to play standard front to back last game, but it dissolved very quickly. Let's see what can they do this game that gives them a little bit more ease of going in, right? Not that it wasn't easy to go in before, right? You had Corky package, but
I got you. I got you.
Me?
Hear me out.
I'm ready.
Castle
needs
to be on something that can be a little bit more proactive on the map.
Okay.
To actually initiate things.
Okay.
Right? And the carry roll Castle was fine. But I think one of the issues that we have seen, and I think this might actually be a read because I believe BCU banned Jin Zhao away last game as well. They're saying, all right, Castle You don't want them to have like early game priority inside the jungle. So they need to have Castle in something where they can actually get around and have more of an impact. Graves is great and all. He's a good carry. We saw the power farming. We saw how great he could be. But left to the Castle's own devices, Castle wants to be the first person in and be able to just like beat around everybody. Can't really do that on the Graves. You want to, not unless you're monstrously ahead.
What I would look for Castle this game is a Jarvan pick. I think that Jarvan and Shinzao don't kind of function exactly the same, but both can be used for this like big engage, first person in, gonna tank up in the middle kind of champion. And judging from this first set of bans, right, Udyr, Rel, Shinzao, they're not gonna, they'll let you have a Jarvan if you want it. I think that could be a good shout. I think actually giving the Zac to Castle could be a good shout.
I like the Seraphine ban as well. Get that away from the side of BCU. That was a very troublesome thing for them to have to deal with. The Lee Sin is something I'm actually looking at because it's a contested pick between Mike and Castle. Still up and available. The TF, though, was left open for Cameron.
Yeah, we watched Cameron on this about a week ago. Team left it up. Cameron absolutely destroyed in the next game. That's a Hui. Instantly picked into that Twisted Fate and a Rakan following up on it. So Grandview have a plan against Cameron's Twisted Fate.
I actually have a friend of mine who doesn't stop complaining about Hui every time that I'll be sitting in the call and he's like, I'm queuing up for ranked. He's like, I think he's D3 at the current moment in time. And he says every time there's a Hui on the other team, he loses. So it's like his bad luck charm. I actually really like the fact that we're seeing more Hui's pop up inside the MEC. There was only one player who was playing it at the very beginning, but now we're seeing more. The option to turnabout that's fair play here. The Maokai, who is a very strong pick, who has a very high win rate inside the MEC, just solo queue in general, and the Varus Dispel alongside with it to take it away from Nightstar is huge.
Yep. Nightstar was really good on the Varus last game, right? There's a couple different builds that you can do on the Varus, so it means that you can kind of flip between it all, but Cassante means that Strict Proctor is going to have another one of these tanks in the top lane. We saw him play a Zac last game. Just kind of stabilizing force.
Yeah, I think Strict Proctor looks their best when they're kind of on those tank tops. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, the Jarvan, the Vi, it makes a lot of sense. You want to keep Castle off something where they can have early pressure. I think here you just lock in your AD carry and you wait to see what you can lock in on the map.
The Lee Sin
got through till the end.
The Lee Sin is still up.
It is. Mike could take it.
Yeah. So this Maokai could be a support or a jungle, right? In fact, I think I think at this point it's mostly a support pick. Smolder for Grandview. It's been a very powerful carry. That's a Camille into the top lane.
Yep. It's really good to be able to deal with all out. Basically, if you try to go all out, Camille can just ult and you're just stuck inside the hexagonal prison. So I like this. It's a nice little counterplay, and you get to still have the Lee Sin for yourself. Mike had a great game on Lee Sin. Why not run it back? Castle, what are you breaking out here? Are you going back to the Graves? Are you going towards something where you can be a little bit more proactive on the map to try and have that pressure known in the early game instead of having to be that late game carry?
It feels like Briarcliff have defaulted to comfort this game. Like not in a bad way or anything. It just feels like everyone on this team is comfortable playing the champs that they pick. I do like the Viego pick from Castle. I think you can have a lot more proactivity on this pick. You can kind of engage a little bit more on fights, and when you see a good Viego, you start getting 1, then you get 2, then you get 3. As long as Castle knows how to play everything here, at least a little bit, he could be really, really important in these team fights.
It's kind of crazy that we got ourselves in a game where we have 2 Lee Sin players and Castle's like, yeah, I'm still gonna get a chance to play.
Yeah,
Lee Sin
I still want to play Lee Sin. So
I still want to play Lee Sin. I'm gonna play Viego. I mean, I like it too because, like you said, we were talking about had a great carry game, right? But didn't get to carry. Viego, I like how much more, like you were talking about earlier on, you can have a little bit more pressure in those gank scenarios.
Yeah. So Viego currently is going. I think it's generally like a Kraken Slayer build is the current thing. It's Kraken into like Sundered Sky or Blade of the Ruin King, you get a little bit more on hit crit, which Riot tried to push Viego into like a season ago, and it just took a really long time and a full item rework to get him into that. Curious to see where Castle goes with this first item, because you can also see him go Sundered Sky first into like Asterix and from there, depending on how Castle wants to play, if he wants to be more frontliney or more just damage heavy.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because I do.
I don't have a good answer on which, right? Like the champion I have the most mastery in the game on is Viego. I don't have a good answer to like which do I itemize into early game here.
I real quick, Gamba was put up, so if you want a Gamba, it's there.
Do the Gamba.
But right now it is 93% to GVU. Oh, but just switched 15% to 85% of GVU. Somebody bet the house again. 60k points for GVU, while Briarcliff has 10k put on them. But in consideration to the fact that last game it was, I believe it was like 6k to 0. Briarcliff had nobody betting on them. They have some believers now. They've won one game, and now a ray of light has shined down, and Briarcliff said the Chargers, they charge forward. It's time. It's game number 2 time. Are you ready? Briarcliff currently in the lead inside this series in this best of 3. If they win here, they will knock GVU down to a 4-2 record. While on the opposite side here, Grandview, they want to pick up a game here, so that way they can go into a game number 3 and keep a chance of keeping their record in the spot that they need it inside of. They do not want to drop down in terms of a game to Ottawa Braves when they have that face-off. You can already see players lining up, a couple little trades here and there. I actually am curious. I think Jinquil's played, what, 1 game of play inside the regular season? I think that's right.
That sounds right.
It was 1 game, and it was into TF. Production's confirming that for me at the current moment in time. So this is definitely a matchup where they're saying, all right, Way's just good into TF, which I can personally see.
Yeah. I mean, you get a lot of poke and a lot of damage with Way. Until TF gets a rapid fire cannon, you can kind of just stay out of his range. We'll see whether this is AP or AD TF. I know Cameron's played more AP, but you never know what goes on, though. There is a lot of AD damage on the team that isn't Cameron, so I'd expect the AP TF here.
It's what Cameron normally does. Cameron has not been somebody who's willingly gone AD TF in any other game, so they prefer the AP variant. Is one of the things where they want to go into. And the one time that they did go AD, right? Like, it was a very weird situation. Apparently, there was like a situation where there was a flub inside of the item shop. So, it is what it is. But you can tell, usually Cameron likes that Rod of Ages into RFC build. Likes that more like, I'm going to use Destiny, get up into a lane, I will push, shove, roam, and I will go card somebody else in one of these other lanes.
Alright, the top lane shouldn't be a huge amount of fun for the first bit of the lane. We'll see everyone just kind of poking each other out. Wet noodle fight as per usual. Never mind, I take everything back.
It's still a wet noodle fight. This is
still
just normal on top lane. It's just a tempered storm.
Yeah. Over down here in the bot lane, Pluto and Nightstar pushing this lane into Zro and Raymond. They're going to be able to clear this pretty quickly. Shouldn't be a huge issue. Across the board. And junglers look to be pathing both towards the bottom side of the map. We could see at about 320-ish a little bit of fighting, a little bit of scuffling,
a little bit of scuttling.
That too. It could be a little scuttle fight, scuttle scuffle.
The scuttle scuffle. It's what junglers live for. They live and die for it. Actually,
junglers live for the double scuttle. That's you've won a game early when you get to double scuttle the enemy.
Yeah, it is a confidence boost immediately. We'll be just
look
going
at
to
the
go ahead
Hoi
and take
damage.
it. Yeah, Hoy's putting in some damage, but check out bot lane. Mike is coming in for a lane gank. They do not know, and because of that, Pluto's going to get jumped upon. Will immediately get in. A grand entrance, nicely timed, but doesn't save the day. That is first blood coming up the Zero, as they are able to find a guaranteed kill off the back of that. Now Castle taking a good amount of damage off the back, as Raymond following up, making sure that Castle gets on back. Castle, you're not going to be backing anytime soon. The wraparound coming in. They're looking for a possible dive scenario. Those strikes are not going to be able to connect. And that means Mike will have to disengage a bit at this moment in time, as Nightstar is just being completely zoned away from the wave. But thankfully, Pluto is back.
I'm starting to have a little deja vu. Just from the last game. We saw Mike do basically the exact same move. We worked basically about the same. So we'll have to keep our eye on this, on how Mike does early game. It was a big talking point for last game on Mike's power in the early game leading forward. Can Mike jump over to camera? He can.
Camera will get away. It's fine. Mike's there. You kind of just continue to do this. You have to deal with the push that's constant. It's very, very annoying for anybody to actually have to lane against Way. Just because you're just... This is your life now. You're just getting shoved in constantly by this Way.
Or that way.
I want it that way.
Tell me why.
I'm not doing this with you.
Nope, you don't need to. We can end on that. Especially because Raymond's trying to go in on Pluto in the bot lane.
Well, he's fine. It's just
He's
a little
trying
trade.
to. There's an
It's just a
attempt.
little trade. Pluto takes half their HP and damage, gets a grim reminder of how the last game went, backs up immediately as a result. Void Grubs, though, is very important. All three were grabbed by the Viego in that instance.
This is a little bit of a bold move here for Pluto, saying, "Hey, I had, I played a game of League of Legends on Rakan last game. Well, let me try and play another one."
I mean, sometimes you just run it back, right? It is still a hard matchup. Maokai is disgustingly good. The ultimate just has so much utility you can bring in. The saplings are really good for just annoying the enemy jungler and annoying the laners on the other side too, right? Like, Maokai is just disgustingly good at this current moment in time. We are seeing the lethality build is the answer, by the way, for Zero, as Zero is going to be able to come on back in, start charging up that tier, and start getting that serrated dirt to work, putting in a little bit of hurt onto this bot lane, going for that build of choice.
It does feel like, it feels like lethality just has a better place in this game than it did in the last game. The on-hit dealt a lot of damage, but lethality kind of feels like where they want to be in this game.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to soak up all that lethality? Nobody on this side. Pluto taking a good amount of hurt. Raymond doesn't have the twisted advance for themselves to be able to jump on and get onto Pluto, so nothing else is going to happen there, but this does secure them complete control over the Dragon Pit, so Briarcliff will be more than happy to take that prize.
And it just seems Castle's going for a heavy farm, but now looking to go into the top lane.
Yeah, to get the knock up. Going to look for it. Ati gets out at harm's way, but oh my goodness, that all out was actually disgusting. Pulled him out of the hook shot. Strip Proctor. The reason why Strip Proctor has been so disgusting on Cassante.
And that's the other thing here, is that we look at Oxy and we said, hey, the Hextech Ultimatum is a really good counter to All Out. Well, All Out's a really good counter to Hookshot. So we've got a little triangle here for the Cassante into Camille matchup.
Skill triangle, you know?
Yeah. It's like the Fire Emblem triangles.
Yeah. Atzes loses the swords, swords loses the lances.
Lances
beat Atzes.
Yeah.
Or lose Atzes. Yeah. Chop.
And bows exist, and there's magic too. A little bit more of a triangle then, but either way.
There's a lot of little different devices in there. They've had to muddy it up a little bit here as Pluto's getting mucked about inside of this engage. As yet again, half HP, but not going to find those blighted stacks get popped as a result, which means they get to stay just fine. Or Camer is not enjoying anything that Jinquil is painting up for them in the mid lane.
Yeah, you see that Camer went for the sword shoes first. Generally, I don't think Camer would want to go for this first, especially with a Rod of Ages purchase that you'd assume kind of would come through. You want the Rod of Ages as soon as you can. You don't want to wait that 10 minutes and make it be kind of useless later. But they needed to go the boots because they have to run away from Hui.
Yeah, that's very good. The movement speed's nice. The magic pen is also pretty good. Raymond looking for that twisted advance, but knows that they can't really get onto anybody inside this. Nightstar has both Psalms, Pluto has a Psalm, and has so many ways to be able to get out of trouble. Good awareness coming out. Good ward actually coming in from Grandview, as they did spot out Mike on a ward inside the tri-bush to give him that little bit of extra intel.
Seems that Oxy at this point is relegated to farming a little bit under towers. The Cassante is proven to be a little brutal to go against. Oh my, what a twisted advance.
Wow, that was a journey that we just went on.
I didn't think Bard was in this game, man.
Didn't say it was magical.
No, it was I guess it was just a journey.
It's just a regular journey, yeah. No, it's just, I mean, no reason why you like to be the Maokai. For fun little zealous moments like that where
it's the same reason why you can do with Warwick.
Yeah.
Q hold.
Yeah. Just my favorite thing is just the actual do those long range twisted advances. I feel like I can hear the Marvel versus Capcom in my head. I'm gonna take you for a ride. You know? Picking up what I'm putting down.
I am very vaguely picking up what you are in fact putting down. Looks like there's a little scuffle here for the grubs.
Yep, a grud scuffle, and there's not going to be the numbers advantage. Mike is going to go down as a result. Good pick on the side there for them to be able to secure. I believe Mike did get at least one of those, but check it out. Castle said, hey, look at me. I believe Sin, check it out, is laying in the carry potential and finds themselves a kill onto Raymond on the side as well. No prio was there for the grubs. Like I said, Mike did get one, but there's still two available for Castle to get up, so they hit that 5 break point.
5, no, it could be worse, right? Like 5 is going to be a huge help to Grandview, but it won't be able to get 5. They'll be able to get 4. So, no little void mites this game.
Nope, none that could be necessary. As you can see, they grab themselves their grubs, move on about. Hero just going to continue farming up into the bot side. Got their Ghost Blade, so they're going to be able to zoom throughout this. Like the pickup, like the option. I like the itemization choice. Raymond being an absolute menace.
Yeah, Yomas is a really cool item on Varus because it means you don't feel very forced to jump into boots early like you do on a lot of other ADs. You can just kind of walk a little quicker.
Mike is really trying to make something happen down here in the bot side. Camera's like, bro, I hate this champion. What is this? Like, this is why I hear my friends screaming about this champion inside us whenever they're playing solo queue, right? As I just hear them screaming like, he's just harassing me over the mid lane. He's just harassing me on the tower.
It's reasonable. The more and more I keep thinking about it, the Vi ban was probably a really good ban, because imagine what a Vi could do with Hui on top of it. Well, him goes for another trip, but won't be for very long. Proctor is trying to kill Oxy here. Like, this is not your normal, let's take a couple trades.
No, Proctor's ahead right now. 1-0-2. They've got themselves a nice little lead for themselves over in the top lane. They want to go for that kill. This is kind of the issue I see with Camille, right? Like, you have that counter matchup potential that we were talking about, but I don't think Camille's the greatest at the current moment in time. Take that for what you will. Pluto, grand entrance back into the tower. Raymond will take a couple shots as a result, and now they're going to get their heart broken as they will go ahead and try to let nature get them the grasp, and it's going to be a nice catch out. Mike will go down. That is a kill secured by Jin Qual.
And Oxy's looking to go in on this all out.
Nope, goes all out. Oxy is going to go down. Hesek Ultimatum is going to buy him a little bit more time, but they're not stuck in there with you. You're stuck in there with them. There's like nothing going their way at this moment in time. Like, it's just...
Like, last game, we saw a lot of, like, really early game stuff that happened, right? We saw Mike get those 4 kills. Pluto ended up dying a lot. Feels like a much more put-together Grandview right now.
Mm-hmm. Question is, as we're going into that 14-minute mark, right? You've got Rift Herald who that will be up here in the nets a little bit. Dragon won't spawn for another 5 minutes, of course. It was taken. So you got a dragon, a piece between both sides. What is your game plan? Because right now it feels like Grandview has been really dictating the pace of where you need to go. It feels like this time around, while Briarcliff kind of got themselves a lot of comfort, a lot of things that are very good for them, Grandview's gotten away, and it's been a lot of Pluto kind of baiting them, right? Kind of flirting with the idea of dying, but immediately, like, Grand Entrance pulling back the Maokai has been pretty devastating for Briarcliff in the spot lane. And Otzi is now not having a great time in the top side of the matchup, right? This Cassante is putting in absolute work. As now Raymond, yet again, going in, cleanse, flash used, teleport has been used. Cammer cannot find a gold card, and Otzi teleported in for nothing.
They keep trying to make plays happen, but it just seems like they can't make anything. Oh, Mike's saying a lot of damage there in the mid lane too, just trying to hold it for Camera right now, and it just doesn't. Nothing's going their way.
Well, right now there's a big difference inside this game, right? Last game Mike was 4-0 on this Lee Sin. This time around, they have not found any of those same advantages, and now with that Demolish proc, they're going to be able to secure this. They're going to go all in onto Otzi. The Rift Herald actually is still living on a sliver. Need to get one more auto onto it. Just barely did before the charge went out. Could have done some considerable damage to that inhibitor tower, but top lane is running away with a massive lead. Mike is trying to make a play happen, but they're not able to find that same spark, that same start. And Briarcliff, dire straits at the current moment in time, as members are just falling behind. Even this Lee Sin hasn't been able to even really farm in this game in comparison to what Castle, who's just feasting inside their own jungle.
Not only is Castle feasting inside his own jungle, everyone on that team is kind of feasting right now, right? We see Cassante's up 2 kills, 2 assists over the Camille. Viego up 30 farm, 2 kills, 3 assists over the Lee Sin. The mid lane, Camera doesn't have anything, and Hui's got a bunch. Yep. The bot lane is the only place where it's like roughly even, but it still is. It's not close. It's not enough of a lead for 0 for it to really matter for Briarcliff. It's a 4,500 gold lead across the board, which, if you were with us last game, isn't that huge of a gold lead. But right now, it's like just a little under 20% of your total gold as a lead. That's a huge lead.
Oh, it's massive. And you can see they're being forced into these defensive spots, right? Briarcliff can't find a good moment for themselves. Hookshot connecting onto Proctor. They actually want to try and fight this. Mike is here. All Out is available for Proctor. Headset ultimatum's been laid out. There's the Destiny. Gold card is there for them to look for. Good use of the Unstoppable. But the gold card gets buffered out. Looking for an engage into the bot lane. Mom gets called in, but Mom wasn't able to get in there in time. Mike falls. The 1v3 has gone sour as he comes out with a kill of his own. You can check it out. The way he's trying to see if they'll be able to find the kill. Gets another proc. One more rotation of spells, and they will be able to get it, and there you go. Jin Qual does not miss, and now here comes Castle. You put in for this big play. Well, guess what? Here's your prize. It is a whooping coming courtesy of GVU.
Castle may not know how to play Twisted Fate, but knows enough that gold card is the right thing to pull out.
Yeah, gold card, super effective against Maokai. Mike is going to go down. They started off the play dead. They will end the play dead. And now a rotation over to this inhibitor. This is going to be an 18-minute inhibitor.
Is this perhaps more than just an 18-minute inhibitor?
There's no way it's game. Look at the depth.
No, I didn't think it was game. I was thinking a full inhibitor take, maybe start on the turrets a little bit, the Nexus turrets, but they're going to back out before they even touch the inhibitor. But Oxy's just going, though.
Yeah, Oxy getting a little bit zealous. Good fear being brought in. Check out Camera onto the side. Gold card lands onto Pluto. Only target they can really find. Arrow pierces through. Pluto gets dropped down to critical HP, while on the other side of the map, Maokai is just trying to hold Jin Qual at bay. You can see the Varus trying to see who they can hit over onto the side, coming back over here, and Raymond. The 1v1 did not go their favor. It is a dominating performance as Otzi gets completely juked out. Otzi still gets the kill as Pluto did not respect the damage them legs can deal. But look at all the members. GVU is just so on top. Hook shot yet again. Castle out here looking to break hearts. Camera goes down. Another flash gold card. Castle going in. Playing like the angry. Rent is due. And they are looking back. Their coaches behind their shoulder like, y'all better pick it on up.
Yeah, right now, Grandview knows that they may have messed that last game up a little bit. Just grass coming through.
Yeah, they throw in the sapling. Nightstar has reconvened with the rest of the team. Mike looking for a possible catch, but cannot do it. Nightstar surviving a perilous situation. Otzi over here onto the side looking for another pick. They're going to get the execute off onto Raymond. He goes godlike. Otzi now in a bad way. Goes all out. A double kill for Jin Qual while Mike falls. The Castle. Castle is godlike, but this time around, it's 10K. At 20 minutes into the game, Grandview look like they are uncontrollable from the side of Briarcliff. They have no way of actually being able to stop this completely ceaseless offense that's been coming out from Grandview.
It's a different Grandview than we saw last game. You remove the game plates, right? And you tell me, hey, what are we looking at? And I tell you, this is the way Grandview should have won game 1. This is the way that if you looked at the stats ahead of time.
Look at it. Yeah, just Raymond's caught out of position yet again. They go down. Another kill to Jin Qual. They are 9-0-4 on the play. And you can see Castle coming in to be able to resuscitate a little bit of the numbers advantage for themselves. They immediately jump on the Mike. 0-6 on the Lee Sin. What a turnabout for them. They find the catch on the Camera. Camera not going to be able to find any solace. They get the flash over the wall, but they got another problem waiting for them there as Jin Qual comes around the side. That's a triple kill for Jin Qual. 12-0-4 in game number 2. They're going to push in for this inhibitor. The Camille is just trying to catch bot wave while this is all happening, trying to get their lanes in an orderly function at least, but they're going to look for another engage, and yet again, Otzi caught out on the hook shot, gets their heart seeked, and it is going to be put to a stop. Jinqual finds another kill, goes legendary, and Castle follows suit.
It's an angry GVU. It's probably the scariest thing that you can see right now if you're Briarcliff. It's a GVU that realizes that there's real stakes for this game, right? They don't want to drop lower than the 3rd place they're currently in. They don't want to drop down to 4th place, and it looks like Mike goes down on a gamble to try and get Jinqual.
It has been a 20-minute hustle here coming out from the boys in GVU. They are looking to end this game in half the time of game number 1. Mom gets called in, finishes off their light work. Nightstar gets a well-deserved kill on the 0. As still Jinqual and Castle are still deathless inside the game. Castle going to go ahead and jump into the face of this Camille. Finds the kill. Nightstar goes down. Another hook shot comes on through. Castle gets the ace. And this has been a back and forth tussle for the past 3 minutes. Ever since the top inhibitor, they never fully reset. Jinqual finally goes down, but guess what? That shutdown is going to mean anything to you. A 13-1-10 blemish on the record of Jin Qual, but what? Oh boy, GVU, are you okay? Are you that bad? They were seeing red.
It's a different team. We just watched 2 different teams play. We watched one team that was confident, willing to go in, poking people out, looking like they wanted to play together as a group, individually winning lane. As opposed to the team we saw before, where they just tried to ego every single thing and lost.
Dude, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what just happened. It was just anger. It was pure just anger coming out from GV. They were playing mad. Castle was like, think your Lee Sin's clean? You think just because I lost on Graves that one game, it means that you could beat me? All right, let me show you Viego. I'm about to show you guys how to do your champion. He charges for coaching sessions, I hear, if you want to check out Castle's coaching link. You know, that's probably something that he might be posting in the post-game chat.
All right, well, a lot going on there, but we will be back for game 2 in a couple minutes. But before we do, we talked about it before. esports events. Really awesome to meet people that you met online, to get that kind of interaction with them the first time that you see them in real life. It's a huge, awesome part of esports events, and it's just one of the things that's covered in Unified's newest offering, Mastering the Arena of People Power Esports, which you can read using the command !People Power in chat. We'll be back right after a quick break with Game 3 of GVU versus Briarcliff.
First question. Here at MEC, the events are live, or some of the events are live, obviously. And, what are some of the things you look forward to whenever you get an offline event on the schedule?
One of the things I look forward to is just playing, like traveling, playing League. I'm new to the team, so my first ever lane event.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, then what have you enjoyed so far? Like, traveling.
Yeah. I feel like it's fun to see who you're playing against.
Yeah.
You know? It's so different from looking at a screen and just seeing gamer types.
Love that. Second question. You're on the Riot dev team, and your job is to bring in a new character into League of Legends, whether it's a character from another game, film, or like even real life people. So who are you bringing in?
I'd have to say Messi. I feel like
okay, all right.
Coming from the soccer team, playing League, I gotta bring some of that.
Anything outside of like obviously kicking a ball, maybe a header? Like what parts of Messi specifically are involved in the kit?
I feel like you gotta have a celebration.
Okay.
Something going with the celebration.
The little control 4, and then he hits one of the big pop-offs. Yeah. All right. Final question. You were a pretty popular answer, at least from your teammates. But who's most likely to go viral on Briarcliff, and why?
I feel like Cam would.
Okay. And what happened? What's showing up on the For You page that you see in Cam?
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
okay, little League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was popping off this game, and I think he can continue to do that.
I mean, we might still see it today. Right? Legend in the making, perhaps. Well, appreciate you.
All right,
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone on back to the MEC. My name's Travis C. I'm ready for the MEC. I'm ready for some more action. I'm ready for game number 3. MEC, Logan, are you ready to chew into game number 3?
Yep. I chewed right in through this segment. We're going for it. No, that's the thing. That's how you know it's been a good game, because it's like we did our first best of 3 that ended 2-0, right? And we didn't need to really take like a huge break or anything in between. We have had to take breaks in between these. Both of us were having to grab a snack in between the lot. Like, this is a banger series, and we need some sustenance to get through.
Well, the crazy thing is, right? Game number 1, 42 minutes in, right?
Yeah.
That's how the game number 1 ends. Game number 2, 23 minutes. I had questions. I walked back, and I don't know what you did during your break, but Logan, I went out onto my balcony. I stared out at the stars.
Balcony.
Yes, I have. I'm super fancy. I looked out into the stars. I kind of sighed. I went, I thought about what could have been. I thought about what could have been a BCU 2-0. And then I did a couple laps, and I thought about the memories, and I thought about everything. And then I came back and I sat down. And I was just like, what the hell is going on, GVU? GVU play like that in game number 2? Why did you do that in game number 1? Hello?
Yeah, like I said at the end of the game, it looked like a different GVU. It looked like we saw 2 diametrically opposed teams play in the first 2 games, right? We saw this Briarcliff team who was really aggressive and knew how to play the game. We saw that team was the same across both. We saw this Grandview who looked mixed apart and wanted to go in over and over again in places that weren't conducive to them. The second game, we saw what seemed to be a little bit more of a cohesive draft from them. But either way, we saw a team that went in together, seemed to be in the same Discord call, and kind of was able to take a win really quickly because they were playing off of each other. And that doesn't hurt when Castle and Jinkwall have like a combined 22 kills or something like that.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, for BCU, how do they recover, right? That was a slaughter that you got put into, but Chargers, they got to go forward, right? They don't take steps backwards. So how do you recover? How do you go and take your next steps? I like the strategy that you have, right? You're taking Castle off the Jinzhou. Cool. You're taking Pluto off the rail. Cool. I like a lot of these pieces that we are seeing from them inside the ban phase where they're asking questions. But inside this last game where they have to choose to change up their draft immediately after losing the Seraphine and going for this more poke variants, Varus and whatnot. The Maokai fell apart. Mid lane did not get to pop off the way you would want it to, right? The way was such a big problem for you to deal with. It felt like individually inside of lanes, Grandview were just playing so well that it felt like there was nothing that you could be done inside of the game. And then when it came down to the jungle matchup where you're looking for somebody to make an impact possibly happen, Mike couldn't find anything. It was, instead of starting off the game 4-0, they started off the game 0-3. I did not have a great time, and it was Castle just constantly being on the map. He was getting ganks and then farming right afterwards. He was up like 40 CS on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it was a big thing. They gave Castle a champion that had a lot more ability to do things in the early game, right? Graves is fine early game, but Graves really like kind of gets together when he's got 1-2 items. Diego can do a lot early game. There's a lot you can do with the Shroud, with the W. There's a lot you can do with Diego in the early game, and especially when you have a little bit of an item, you can do a lot. So it felt like they gave him something more proactive. I'd like to see that proactivity again.
Well, if they keep with the same strategy, that's very likely, right? And Strep Proctor as well, somebody we got to talk about. Zach, they were fairly quiet, right? They had a very good early performance, kind of petered off as the game went on. Inside this one, the Cassante, really good. I felt a little cautious when I saw the Camille come through, because it just, like I said, my personal bias is I don't think Camille is a very good League of Legends champion top lane at the current moment in time.
Yeah.
There's others that just do their role a little bit better. I get the idea. Cancel it with the Headset on item. Cool. That's cool. Cassante does a lot. Cassante doesn't care about your one counter. Cassante will just hit you with a rock. Rock beats scissors.
Cassante-ing. That's it. Cassante-ing. He does Cassante-ing things. we're gonna get into draft. we're gonna get into draft. Let's start there.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I do like the fact that we have gotten multiple blank stares from me from you tonight, MEC. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
What do you think the players did to get themselves ready for this? Because I think we're going to see the same bands.
I can guarantee.
What do you think the change is?
At least
they get a snack.
I was gonna say at least 70% of these players went to the bathroom between games.
Okay,
and almost guarantee. So BCU, they've changed up their bans. No Udyr ban, Hwei ban instead.
With the Hwei.
And that's a Udyr first pick. For actually, we've actually seen Oxy's Udyr, and it was actually pretty good.
Yeah. So they say we have to first pick it. I do think this is interesting because it does mean that you give over the Varus if you so want it over the GVU. They still could take the Cassante, and I think they're fine with that.
Yep. It's a non-existent matchup. It just kind of exists. It is what it is. It's two tanks fighting each other. Now, depending on how aggressive Oxy wants to play this, you can start proxying the wave. You can start kind of pushing a little hard. Depends if Oxy wants to take the grasp. But grasp means that Udyr has to play a little bit differently than if he takes Conqueror. Be interested to see here. Does Pluto go for the third Rakan this series? He does. He had a really bad Rakan first game. He had a pretty good second game.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it was pretty good. I would love to see if Raymond actually knows how to play Thresh. That would be a great answer, I think, to deal with a lot of stuff. I also like Thresh into, like, Cassante, because if Cassante ever, like, just kidnaps somebody with the all-out, you throw your Lantern, and they can, you know, get away from the Cassante, and it kind of nullifies a lot of the advantage that a Cassante would like to have. So, I always like the idea of that. I also like the fact that they're going back to square one. They said, all right, you know what? Gamer, back on to Talia. It worked really well in the GVU.
Yeah, it worked well in the first game, and Oxy playing this Udyr kind of feels the same to a degree as the Mordekaiser, right? You can be this unkillable split pusher when you get really going on this Udyr. And that's going to be a Maokai lock-in. I expect this to be another support Maokai. Probably not in Mike's hands.
No, I don't expect it to be in Mike's hands. I think the Smolder's a great pick into it. You're short range, yes, but you have the scaling that you could possibly want. I am actually surprised that the Varus isn't the pickup for Nightstar, just because Nightstar has had so much historical success inside the MEC with it. But they said Smolder won them the last game. So
I do expect it to be banned here, and it's being hovered right now from Grandview. Yeah, so it gets locked in. I didn't expect to have Varus be picked in this game. After we went through the first set. So Viego looking to be the next ban here. Makes sense. He just played against Castle. He had a really good Viego game across the board. We'll make sure it gets locked in here, but that would seem to be a good choice in the early bit. There's two more bans left. Vi up on the table. So looks like Grandview also believes that this Maokai is going to go into support.
And Mike has been historically good on Vi. They're three best champions inside the MEC. Vi, Lee Sin, and of course the Nocturne.
And that's the drive-in ban. So that's another one of these like early proactive champions. Lee Sin, still not banned. It's gone through 3 times in this draft. We saw Mike play it the first 2 games. Will we see Castle play it?
Maybe. There's a chance. The last time I had talked to Castle about Lee Sin, I was talking to him about patch notes, and their response was, is there Lee Sin buffs inside of it? I told him no, and they said, I do not care.
Reasonable.
And that is a very fair answer. With the Orianna lock-in, it does make me feel like Lee Sin might not be the option.
No, but their Nocturne is up.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking at now. Nocturne's unavailable. I feel like you might have to take that away.
Either you need to take it away. That's a Kaisa lock-in.
We've seen Kaisa's pop off. Most notably, we've seen it from Jury's Uno, I believe, has been the most prolific Kaisa that we've seen inside the MEC. Other AD carries that have played the Kaisa haven't been able to find victories on said champion. So, very curious indeed. I know that it's had a new spicy build. And there's the Nocturne, which I was talking about earlier. Feel like that BCU would have to take away. Because, you know what? like such a good Nocturne angle for the side of GVU.
Yeah, that is a really good Nocturne. And you know what? Nocturne kind of works the same with Kaisa here. Kaisa can use the W to get the long range vision, use the ultimate to jump right in. Nocturne jumps right in with. You assassinate someone really quick. Curious to like I don't know what Castle picks here.
I'm
Lee
not
Sin.
entirely sure. There's the Lee Sin. Castle says, all right, it's my turn to throw down the gauntlet. And Castle is known to be the best Lee Sin inside of the MEC, I would say. I feel very confident saying that. It's Castle's, I would say, signature champion for a very good reason. And I feel like BCU, they've got a very interesting team composition.
Yeah, it feels like they've got two discernible goals, right? They have this Udyr, Talia, Maokai, which wants to play front to back. And then they have the Nocturne Kaisa, which wants to jump on your backline and assassinate someone. So it seems like there's two kind of goals, and they are going to have to merge at one point. Over on the Grandview side, though, everything's for the front to back. That's their whole goal is we have a front line, we have a back line. We're going to put the front line in front of the back line and fight.
Bro, I have my problem.
Okay.
Look at how short range this composition is.
The Grandview comp, yeah, that was the next thing on my list.
I'm not talking about the Grandview comp.
You're not talking about the Grandview comp because I'm
talking about the BCU comp.
I'm concerned about the Smolder being long, short range here.
Okay, yeah, sure. All right, so you're short range.
I think both comps are kind of short range, so it kind of cancels each other out.
No, because look at what you have that you are engaging into. You have a Rakan ult put together with Shockwave. With this kind of a short range composition, it's actually very easy to clump because you are going to try and just ball up and throw yourselves at them. So I'm a little bit more concerned about BCU short range just because they have to play very good. Their execution needs to be on top. But in individual matchups, they also have a little bit of a harder time. I don't like playing Talia into Orianna. I think it's Orianna favored for me.
I think it generally is, yeah.
Kaisa, Smolder, they're both item dependent. And they have to wait time to go. It's going to come down to a lot of how these ultimate abilities are used and how the junglers are able to make their impact known onto the map. And I really feel like if you look over, dude, Orianna ult plus Rakan Quicken gets so much value against this composition. Go.
We're in on
game number 3.
Yeah, last game of the day.
Last game of the day. Last game for Briarcliff of the MEC regular season until we go into playoffs on Monday, which they are, like we talked about, they're already locked in at 6 seed. So they will not play until it is time for the 3 versus 6 matchup, which I believe will be next week. So they are going to be chilling like a villain.
For what it's worth, the Briarcliff matchup could legitimately be against Grandview.
Yeah, we talked about that at the very beginning, right?
Grandview wins here. Grandview wins tomorrow. Grandview could continue to keep it in that 3 seed. And they'd play Briarcliff again. And we see Briarcliff brought them to a really long game 1.
Yeah. A very short game number 2.
Yeah. So there's some amount of tepidation.
GVU has had 2 games go past 40 minutes, and BCU is one of them.
Yep. All right. Let's start the last game. A little bit of laning going on. As to start, nothing interesting from your junglers. Both are going to be looking to go towards the bottom side of the map to start.
May make sense. Mike has been down there the entire time. So, Castle, good pathing to say, hey, I need to be down there too.
Does look like Oxy did take the grasp, and so he's going to want to use the grasp proc as frequently as humanly possible. Make sure he gets as much out of that rune as possible. Going to want to kind of wet noodle fight. Cassante ended up taking the same rune, so both are going to want to continuously be trading with each other in the top lane.
Now, is there early game? I feel like it definitely favors the side of Grandview, right?
Early game, I'd say it would favor the side of Grandview, other than in the top lane. I think Oxy, I think this Udyr is a big favor over Cassante. you don't get as much wave clear on Cassante until a little bit later in the game, and Udyr can continuously just use the R to go. Now, while he's level 1 and 2, he's not going to need to use the empowered W, so he can shove the wave with the empowered R and try and get a quick back early. And that's going to be the huge help for Udyr, is basically get the quick back, go from there.
Well, I feel like you went dead in the bot lane. Bot lane's probably the most boring lane that we'll be able to watch when junglers aren't involved, just because you got Maokai Rakan. We saw what happened last time. They just go on a little ride with each other. But Kaisa Smolder, they're not gonna want to fight each other. You actually saw an early back from Nightstar to go get a Cole. Pluto is caught out of position.
Yeah, so Cole is a really important item for.
Oh, wait, you had the vision there, Raymond. Just saying, you bet we won't try this? See what happens. Beautiful Flash Grand entrance. Pluto says, anything you can do, I can do better. Our first blood goes over to Castle.
Kind of just a little bit of baiting there on Jinqual. In a good way. Right? Saying, hey, look, it's safe here. You can jump in on me as Castle jumps in on Mike, trying to get down towards the bot lane.
There's a little fear that makes it to where they have to safeguard on out of there. And Castle already letting their presence be known on this Lee Sin.
You can see Oxy willing to take the tower shot to make sure Cassante doesn't have a back. Now, Cassante had to use the E and the W a lot in lane. If you don't play a lot of Cassante, here's the thing you need to know. The Q, really spamable in lane. Really low mana costs. You want to be kind of spamming them to help wave clear. The W and the E, that's your unstoppable stun and your little dash jig jumpy thing. Really, really high mana costs. So the less you need to use them in lane, the better your life will be.
Check it out.
Right there. That's one of them right there. You saw how much mana jumped down from Strict Proctor's mana reserve. So it's very questionable quickly.
Yeah, Raymond going in yet again. Being a little bit precarious with those situations, going in for those engages. But check it out. Castle's coming up here to the top side saying, Proctor, it's okay. I'm here to help. And now Otzi is in for a world of pain to go into turtle stance. They're going to try and tough this one on out. Mike is coming in with the counter gank. Castle goes back into the fight. Not able to land blow for blow with Otzi. And Otzi finds the kill on two Strict Proctor. And now Castle is left without any place to call for refuge. Is going to flash away and escape with their life still to the name.
God, I love Udyr. He's just one of those champions that you can, if you have a skill important matchup here, right? The ability to know when you should be using what stance, making sure he survived for just long enough that it was able to bring Mike in, make it a 2-on-2, and win out that fight.
Feels good, man. And Udyr, fun and diverse champion, you know? Everybody loves playing against Udyr, not me. But you can see, Nocturne going to go ahead and take advantage of this. Bat timings do favor Mike on this Nocturne, so they go ahead and get themselves grubs. Haven't been able to do that inside this entire series, by the way. Remember, grubs have been completely in the favor of Grandview all series long. This time around, Nocturne's able to grab all of them up on the top side.
Just looks like Oxy's going to keep pushing this wave, and that's the goal for Oxy here, is to continuously shove Cassante into the tower. This empowered R means he just gets so much push.
He's actually rushing, he rushed his Haunting, guys. Normally you see like the tankier item that comes out from a lot of Udyrs inside the MEC or just in general, but you can see Otzi's like, no, I want him not burn inside the storm. Raymond, ignited. Good play coming about, and now Raymond goes down. Pluto treating Raymond to the experience that Pluto had inside of game number 2. Go ahead and drop him down. Another kill, and Raymond is just having a hard time recovering on this Maokai.
I mean, the Maokai 2 games in a row has kind of looked a little lost and not with the rest of the team. It looks like Jinqual's trying to go in on camera here.
Yeah, they're looking for it. No shockwave. After they've used it, they can't use it to finish off the kill, and they are going to have camera just disappear. Otzi, what were you doing up there?
This is a good question. I don't have a great answer.
What's it just inside of their tier 3?
He's just doing Udyr things, okay? Just Udyr
wild
things.
Paranoia comes into the bot side of the map. Raymond says Turnabat is fair play, right? Clint has been used. Nightstar trying to kite around the fight. As you can see, they're going to just turn their attention around. They want to go ahead and knock out Nightstar. Mom gets called into the fray. Paranoia will be used. Nightstar's just going to try and grab a plate before they go, but not going to be able to hit that. You're going to have to wait to be able to catch your leftovers.
Well, there we go. This is the start of what looks like a better early game from Briarcliff. This looks more like somewhere between game 1 and game 2. Game 1, it was a really good early game for Briarcliff. Made sure that they got forward. Game 2, really bad early game. Now we're looking somewhere in between, and a lot of these kind of deaths are on Raymond. Both of the deaths, in fact, are on Raymond. It means that the top side has been doing really well.
And Raymond's doing a fantastic job for themselves. And the 2 assists to the name for Mike, it's very good to see as well. Big stuff for Zero. But now Zero getting caught out of position as good old Snot Rocket from Nightstar will be there to be at their dismay. Good twisted advance. They're going to jump on the Pluto, but the turnabout is not fair play. Nightstar gets a kill of their own.
Just wants to make sure that they're going to be able to continue going. It was a little bit of a bad play from Raymond, but hey, anything at this point to start to get your Kaisa going a little bit, especially against the Smolder. The cull means that that 500 gold a bit is going to come sooner rather than later. There's only 36 stacks left. Another grass proc for Oxy. I know it's not the most exciting thing to be counting these grass procs, but every single minute that Oxy grabs a grass proc, the game becomes harder and harder for Proctor to go, and now Oxy is proxying the top wave.
Yeah, and check out what's coming up to top side as well. They're proxying this. It's setting up for a possible dive scenario. Weaver's Wall is available for Camera if they want to go for it. They could cut him off. Paranoia is there. Go ahead, lay in the groundwork. Seismic Shelf is there, but the Unstoppable was enough. Mike gets the kill to finish it off. Briarcliff getting some good plays on the map.
I want to make sure that they get through everything here. So 3v3 in terms of the kill department. The gold lead is not negligible, but close enough. It's a 700 gold lead towards Grandview right now. It's just that one.
I mean, you don't want the twisted advance,
Right.
Pluto. It has not worked out well for you every single time. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, the twisted advances have not worked well.
On the Pluto specifically.
Yeah,
Pluto,
you go for that
Pluto is
go for the little ride.
no. Yeah, Pluto's a ride you do not want to take.
Raymond, if you want, if you want to go for a ride, Raymond, you could just play bar.
That's a magical journey, yet again, not a ride.
I know, but it's as close to a ride.
Please
as
do
you
not
can get
use
right
your
now.
local bards as a transportation service. While this is all happening, Camera's going to go ahead and take the Weaver's Wall over here. Finds a wild castle. Was able to get some grubs, get 2 of them for themselves. But now the ensuing fight afterwards, they're trying to fight around inside of it. Grub was secured. Could be 4 for the name of the Nocturne as Jinqual's over here onto the side. Shockwave connects only onto 1. Camera, beautiful flash getaway from Castle. Get out just fine, but they might have to deal with this collapse next up. As you can see, Castle wants to go on and get a hold of Camera, who is flashless and defenseless, but nothing else to behold as Zero is trying to deal with this Smolder who's just free pushing, and can't really blame him. Kaisa's not going to have a good time in the matchup. Now Otzi coming back over here to the top side of this match, goes all out. As you can see, Mike going down very low. The Paranoia is there to be able to finish off the kill. Oriana takes down Otzi. 1-for-1 trade at the current moment in time. Might be looking for a little bit more on the extended trade. Z Proctor, go ahead, bring in Raymond a little bit closer, says, I took that offensively. Going to go ahead and hit him with that twisted advance as the rest of the team continues to cut it back. And Mike, where your HP go? Jinqual knows the answer as they were able to decimate the HP bar. Camera still over here. They're running a little bit lower on mana, but they're going to keep throwing stones as much as they can. Grandview coming out on top on the extended chase.
On top from the extended chase, the problem right now is there's only 1 tank for Briarcliff. It's just Oxy, and now eventually Mike will get there. He won't be a tank, but he'll be a heavy bruiser. He's already itemizing into the Stride Breaker, which is the right build for Nocturne right now. But because of all of that, the second Oxy goes down, it's really hard to kill the Cassante. It's really hard to withstand some of the stuff from the Oriana, and it just becomes really difficult in the game.
Game hard life. That's what they say.
That is, in fact, what they say. That's exactly what they say.
Exactly what they say. I say it every time.
Exactly.
You know, load into a League of Legends game. I'm like, man, hard game, hard life.
Me sitting here playing League of Legends, yes.
That's me when I'm on the end of my 14 game loss streak, you know? Sometimes you hit those and you just go, man, how could this happen to me? Made my mistakes.
Me
Beat up
anytime
another
I
time.
play a terrible off-meta jungler.
That's me whenever I say I can't end on a loss.
Oh god, no, don't say that. That's terrifying. That's one of the worst things you could say. Man, you lose
That's a
so much
curse.
sleep over that.
Yeah, no. There's always one person in the group that says that though. So
no, we have, my group has the For the Boys game.
For the Boys game. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's the you're legally obligated to play a game for the boys after you think your last one is up.
Yeah, we don't have that. We just have can't end on the loss, and right now Nightstar might be having to end on an L here. They're calling in Mom to try and bring in some reinforcements, but unfortunately Mom had to go ahead and leave. It will not be a promised 2v2 for themselves, but Jinqual is coming in, and they're coming in hot. Shockwave is available. Go ahead and divide and conquer. Zero over here onto the side. They can't actually see if they got the pick onto Zero because of the paranoia, but they did eventually find him. But the prolonged trade from the darkness meant that they were able to come out on top in terms of kills. Briarcliff making great use of a Dragon Rage kick, though. Pluto with the grand entrance, make it dynamic as Castle coming in, laying in a little bit more groundwork.
It's back and forth. Every single fight is so close. For every Briarcliff kill, there's a Grandview kill. For every Grandview kill, there's a Briarcliff kill. Except for the one kill that there wasn't. We won't talk about that one.
We could.
There's going to be a dragon being taken right now for the side of Briarcliff. It'll even them up on the dragons. Briarcliff's right now got the better on objectives. 4 grubs to just 2 from Grandview. Neither team, though, getting the power of the Void Mites. Does seem like lenient Proctor. He's definitely turned a little more strict as the series was on. Trying to take down this top turret.
I don't think they're that lenient anymore.
No,
they've kind of had
we're
enough.
back to strict.
Yeah, they're about to strict. Ghost has been popped as they are having to worry about a Udyr running at them. Zero needs to back up, pay respect to Pluto Nightstar. This turret has just been getting wailed on inside of it. Inside this game, Nightstar has just been perma pushing.
So we actually see that Oxy started building towards Leandries, and then midway through said, "Damn, I'm taking a lot of damage. I need to switch this up quickly," and chose to build the Frozen Heart.
I like the adaptation too because of how short range everything is. It's really good into the Smolder, and it's really good into the Lee Sin. So I like this decision. Yeah, very good item choice. As you can see, Cassante has finished up their first item and said, "I'm sick of magic damage."
And it's also just a good Udyr item because Udyr wants to flip between these forms really quickly. They're not particularly expensive mana-wise. It's like 45 a form, but it adds up quickly when you're juggling them in a fight.
Yeah, no, if you're not paying attention to how you're spamming them, you can easily find yourself depleted of mana. A Rift Herald is coming on up and going on out. It is in the pocket now of Castle. And Castle will make great use of that, has been doing such inside this series. It's a very even game. Number 3. Here comes the paranoia. The Weaver's Wall as well. It's going to be enough to be able to cut them on off. 2 members are able to jump over the wall, but Nightstar, left to their own devices, was able to blow up the HP bar of Camera. Pluto gone as Nightstar has to kite back underneath the tower. Castle now running back inside their own jungle. You can see Strip Proctor coming around on the side. Massive shockwave onto 2 members. Camera, net stalling up. It's time to go all out. And you can see the Strip Proctor is in the building. Twisted Advance goes for the Dragon Rage kit. They're going to be able to find the kill onto Raymond. Mike is gone. At this rate, they're fighting for their life, but it is not enough. It is an ace for Grandview.
I think Raymond actually just kind of killed himself and Mike there by pushing the enemy team into them. I think it was a little bit of a just brutal thing. I think either way they both go down, but it's going to be a mid-tier 1 and the start of what looks like a siege on the tier 2, though Raymond and Zero are already back on the map.
Man, oh man. It is unfortunate, to say the least here. You could say Jinqual is the most massive member of the team right now. Castle's up there, of course, has had some fantastic plays, but yet again, that was a play that looked really bad, and then all of a sudden, Oriana landed a big shockwave that turned things around inside the fight. Jinqual, sitting inside of a bush, there's a lot of damage on this Oriana as well. Shockwave missing its intended target. Wanted to get the kill on the Raymond as a follow-up, but will not find the tree, not chopping down that tree out of the forest.
Oh, they just want to make sure that the shockwave hits next time. It's already a quarterback up. It's not the longest cooldown in the world. And it'll be up for the next team fight, the next objective, which is in a minute and a half. There's a Baron and a Dragon at the same time. Now, I don't expect this early in the game. I don't think Grandview has enough juice to go take the Baron while Briarcliff go and take the Dragon. I do expect to see some fight over this Mountain Dragon, though.
Has to be. And I think the big thing you got to figure out is a way to be able to get onto this Oriana and get them knocked out. And this is kind of the worry I've been having, right? Briarcliff, I brought it up at the very beginning. Your composition is very short range. It's very easy to get high value shockwaves. Doesn't even need the ball delivery service of how short range you are.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, this is right now in the bottom lane. This is what we saw the entire game in the top lane. Only difference is that Strict Proctor's got that Koenig Rukern now. But it doesn't really help that much when Udyr chunks your entire shield quickly. Raymond getting jumped on by Castle.
Yeah, nothing new inside this game as Raymond has had enough of it. He's been sick of Pluto and Castle inside this game. As every single time Raymond tries to move around the map, they get caught out yet again. We're about to see a little bit more of that. Grand Entrance comes through and Grand Exit comes out as Raymond dropped down to very low HP. Castle gets the kill. Mob called in. Mike laying in a good amount of damage. Pluto dropped down to very low HP, but the shockwave immediately lands onto two as soon as they come off on the side. Otzi's trying to do everything they can into the back end of the fight, but they're going to go ahead and find themselves going all out. Otzi goes down. It's a double kill that goes over the Jinqual. Cameron, the only member still alive, but they are dropped down so quickly, so swiftly. Nightstar says achoo, and that is yet again 4 members taken off the map, make it 5. Raymond now, they know.
Okay,
it's the Portal combat time, baby. Pluto said, let's trade places.
The way that looked really looked like Castle hit a Q, then W'd onto Rakan and pulled the Q back. It really looked like an insane Lee Sin play.
Well, no, it was just an insane Rakan play instead, and now Raymond goes down. Castle is dominating, and Castle is showcasing, I don't have to play Lee Sin every game, but when I do play Lee Sin, I'm able to pop off just like this. And Pluto saying, guys, game 1. We forget about that. Game 2 and game 3 on the Rakan. That's much better.
Yeah, no redemption yet needed. Nice bow picked up for Pluto. He's going the Mikhail's first every single time. I think it's the right call. This Smolder is kind of needs cleanse against this enemy team, and I think the additional helped cleanse on the Mikhail's will help out a little bit more.
Dude, what do you do here if you're BCU? Because like
that's the thing. It's like it was so even for a while, and then it really just hasn't been. There was so much money on Castle that he was just able to frontline and help his team get together on this, and it doesn't feel like they've been able to do the same on the Briarcliff side. They haven't been able to turn any of these leads into advantages, though we've seen them on the Dragon. They're doing it not particularly quickly, but now Grandview does have the ability to do the Baron.
Yeah, no, they can easily do it. They got 3 members there. Pluto's going to come back around, be a Phantom member for the team. Paranoia is available. Check out Nocturne. They're looking to try and Paranoia in. Will they turn out the lights and get in there in time? No, they burst it immediately. Mike goes in. Mike goes out. Castle remains godlike. And no kills to be able to come about. The trade for the Dragon, that was a play that you had to go for. ECU, they feel just routed at the current moment in time. They don't know exactly what the best way to be able to get themselves out of this troublesome situation is, and Grandview is taking full advantage of that fact.
Yeah, it's not as dominant as their last game. It's somewhere in between game 1 and game 2, but at this point, you look at this and they're going into the base right now, right? And they've got Baron buffs alive. It's going to be a 5-on-5 fight, but the way that this game has gone has just felt that every 5-on-5 fight has been Grandview favorite.
Oh man, Grandview is looking to end the game now. 23 minutes in. They're just about
They
at
can
the
take
same time.
Oxy. That'll be the game.
Yeah, if
They can take Oxy. There's no more tank.
Yeah, I mean, Otzi's just hiding away the wave, trying to do what they can to keep the game alive for a little bit longer, but Mom's going to go ahead and get called in. Check out Zero into the bat line. They're going into Nightstar, but Nightstar has been saved. The kite has come out, and it's absolutely brutal. Mike goes in, gets the assassination, baby dragon down, but Mike will fall victim, and while this is all happening, there is a wild Cassante just running rampant into the backline inside of the base. Castle, it's a bouncy Castle in here as Castle goes legendary. They just go in and out between the Rakan, the Lee Sin, and now with the teleport coming on through, this is going to be game GVU. Come in game number 3, a 23.5 minute game from them. Jinqual will fall down for the second time inside the game. That is going to be the Nexus, and that is going to be GG's for Grandview. They will hold him off a little bit longer.
Eventually.
Okay, well, they held him off for a little bit longer. You know, sometimes you make a call for the game to be over, and it's not really over. They are going to kite this back. I don't know if this is a trade you want to continue going for. Castle finds 3, goes back in, lays in a wallop onto Raymond, looking to chop down some trees. As you can see, Zero is constantly shooting out those void spikes, trying to find a little bit more damage. They got enough AP with that Nashor's Tooth to be able to continuously shoot off shot after shot. The paranoia comes through. Otzi finds the kill onto Pluto. 3 members drop, and Nightstar coming in. Wait a second, this is shades of something else. No, Mom comes in. Nightstar with a great flash. They get the execute. They're looking for a little bit more. Zero finishes things off. It is just Jinqual, and Grandview follow in one by one there at the very end. But this time there is a 10K deficit. They have that moment that they can afford to argue, nah, I'd win.
Not just that, but Strict Proctor has TP, and there is a really solid wave going right into the base right now.
Yep, and 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I don't actually expect
the rest
him
of
to
them are
TP
there.
now
The
with
rest
this
of them
many
are there.
people. But yeah, with this many people there, I don't expect him to TP. But
do it. Don't be a coward.
There is the ability here for just Strict Proctor to just say, okay, we're going, and TP into the base.
I would have.
You know what we got?
Think about what kind of a hero you would have been if you did that play.
Normally we have caster curses. We actually got producer cursed.
Yeah?
Well, our producer left the chat to go get the interview, but the game isn't done yet.
We called the end of the game. It's coming up at this moment in time. As you can see, GVU, they had like a little awkward moment. They're now barreling down the mid lane as all 5 of them came back up. No hesitation. They want to go ahead and end this game on up for themselves.
Be the end right here.
Yeah, they want to go ahead and end it on up. Paranoia gets called in, turned off the lights, so going into the back line. Smolder's in the back though, and Nocturne will go down as a result. Jinqual picks up that kill for themselves. Nice and easy, just like that. Otzi into the back line. The all-out gets called on through as Mom makes their way onto the rift. Nightstar still firing off snot rockets. As they can see, you can see Jinqual wanted that perfect shockwave but could not find it. Pluto getting their HP bar eviscerated, but the Smolder is just free hitting inside the fight. They got that execute, and they're going to be able to find more members time and time again. And this time, for realsies, it is going to be GVU. It's not going to be 20.5 minutes. It's going to be 26.5 minutes. A triple kill to finish things off. GVU. They find themselves with a dub after BCU gave them quite the tough battle inside of game number 1.
Yeah, the first game was a total scare, right? And then it felt like GVU was like, oh wait, we know how to play League of Legends, we can win this, and then kind of forced their way through in the second game, that really dominant 23 minutes. And this game, which started out not as dominant, felt that it was closer to the first game in terms of like evenness, and then turned really dominant. It felt like the Purdue Northwest game that we watched earlier today, where they were winning, like right, they were even until the game was over and they lost. Briarcliff, that is, right?
Yeah, and just how it goes. I mean, good showing from Briarcliff. I'm excited to see them inside playoffs. Their seed was locked. They didn't have anything on the line. GVU was the ones that were feeling threatened inside that game, as they are now they have to gear up. They have their last match tomorrow against Ottawa Braves, deciding who will take third seed between the two of them. So that is going to be very exciting. I'm excited to see who we have for an interview, actually, from the side of GVU. Before we get over to that, I do want to give a quick shout out to some of the articles that we have here at the MEC. Unified's been doing a great job of making sure to take care of those different things. So I want you to go ahead and check out hitting that exclamation mark people power. It will make sure to give you a little bit more of an insight in regards to what it comes into to making these esports events that the MEC run so very fruitful. And you can also see, you know, with MEC finals coming on up, you have a lot of questions that you would be able to ask. You know what? You'll be able to use that article to get a lot of those questions answered on how they exactly set up different LAN events like that, or different esports events just in general, even if they're just digital online events. There's lots of insight that you can get from that. So if you're interested, make sure you hit that exclamation mark people power. That being said, we're going to go ahead and send it over to a short break. We'll be right back with an interview from the side of GVU, so make sure you do not touch that browser. Alright, and welcome back to the MEC. My name is Travis C. I'm joined here with Mecca, and we also have our guest here, Castle, who came out victorious. Alright, let's go ahead and get it out of the way. How does it feel to win on Lee Sin, brother?
It feels good. I've only played it one other time this season against ONU, and it was a loss. So glad I could at least bring it to 50% with me.
Travis been hyping this Lee Sin up the entire season, and I haven't been able to see it yet. So I'm very happy that we got to see it in a win today.
Yeah.
I have to ask, was it a little bit inspired after the fact that you saw Mike was just constantly locking it in, and eventually inside of game number 3, you guys were like, just pick me the Lee Sin, let me show him how to actually play it? Like, was there anything like that, or are you just like, all right, I'm jonesing for it. I got it. I can vibe with it. Come on.
It's just like Jungle Pool was getting pinched really hard, and Lee looked like the best pick there. It did look fun playing, or like looking at it from their side, and it was also fun that when I got to take it over as Viego. So I was like, maybe I'll just play him the whole game.
That was the whole thing. You were like, as Viego, I got to play. It's like the meme of Squidward watching like SpongeBob and all them run around outside. It's just Castle looking out the window like, oh, look how much fun this Lee Sin's having.
Sorry I have to bring it up. Game 1, a 43-minute long banger from at least our perspective. I'm sure that your internal perspective was a little different. What happened there that they took you guys to 43 minutes? It felt like everyone was disjointed all over the place. It felt like it was a totally different team than we saw in the second and third games.
Yeah, we kind of just ran it. Like they played it really well early game. Like all of our plays we went for just kind of crumbled, and they caught us on timers. We were disjointed, so it was pretty much just like good play from their part, and us like maybe needed a warm up, like to get back in the groove of things.
Very fair. Yeah, it was very much so. Felt like you guys were in chat just being like, nah, I'd win, and just constantly running in there. It was a bit awkward for a bit of time. I have to real quick ask, I'm going to bring up and reference something that you and me were on together. When you and me did the MEC pod together, you said, I don't know if you thought about this at all going into this game. You said one of the teams as the trickiest to deal with was BCU. Did you feel that pressure after you had said it? Did you ever think back? It was just like, man, they are a little tricky to deal with.
I mean, yeah, the game 1, their draft was like honestly pretty good, considering like they their situation. Like I know their bot is like a new addition to their team, like their ADC, and he's honestly filling his role really well. So I think they had a good draft and they play well together as like a unit. So I do believe they are like one of the better middle of the pack teams, and can put good games up against even the best teams. Like they took games off or a game off Ottawa as well.
All right. So speaking of Ottawa, where we know that the last match of the regular season is you guys against Ottawa tomorrow. What should we be looking for ahead of time?
Yeah, spill your secrets.
Not all of them. You can leave some of them secret, but like, what should we be looking out for? Is there any spice you can tell us about earlier, or are you just looking to
give me all the spice? Tell me all your secrets.
If Ottawa's listening, we're B1ing Fiddlesticks. we're gonna probably do a Fiddlesticks mid and a Nocturne top, and then we're gonna turn out the lights with Nocturne, so Fiddle fears everyone. And then we're gonna have Rumble in the jungle, because we're gonna B1 Rumble against Killian, and then there's gonna be a Rumble that drops on them. So we're gonna wombo combo them with that.
Oh my god, please do that.
This is one of those days where it's too spicy, but it's also just like, man, if I see a Rumble hover tomorrow, I'm sold.
See, the thing is, Trav, they're gonna screw with us now. Every single one of those champions will be hovered, and we're gonna forget the whole bit of don't react to hovers.
Oh man. Well, do you have any words that you would like to share to Ottawa that might be any members that might go back and watch over this game? They listen into the interview. You got any words that you have to say? You want to say anything about gapping prod, or is there anything that you're looking to proclaim before your matchup tomorrow?
Nothing in particular. Like the vibe of this season a lot different against them than the vibe of last season. Like last season it was like only Ottawa us, and now this season there's like kind of 4 teams poking their head up, like showing that they have what it takes to be able to like play at the top. So I mean, just good luck to them, and hopefully it's an entertaining match.
Yeah, it's wild. Like you guys are fighting for 3rd and 4th tomorrow, and you guys normally fight for 1st and 2nd.
Stuff happened.
Fair. You know what? It's been a very chaotic season. We've seen a lot of chaos happen throughout. Castle, is there anything you would like to say to the GVU fans that have been able to stay by your side, been there to call out to you guys, or there to protect you when your hero gets mad that the draft fell apart?
Yeah, thanks everyone who's watching. Thanks to production and the casters. Shout out to my team, to my coach, and family watching at home, friends watching at home.
Hey, that's what we love to see. Castle, good luck. We'll be catching you tomorrow for your matchup against Ottawa Braves over at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central Time. So we'll be looking forward to that. You make sure you go ahead and get yourself some rest, and we'll catch you. Maybe we'll see some Lee Sin, or Rumble in the jungle. We'll see you then.
Sounds good.
I love the fact that I can never provoke any flame out of Castle. He's such a kind person, right? Like sometimes I'll like bring it up, and like it's always a weird thing whenever you ask somebody like, you got anything, you gonna gas the on the jungler, and he's just like, yeah, no, I'm hoping for a good game, man. Hey, look, it's all vibes. Castle's like, if I play good, I don't need to talk any junk. My gameplay will do it for me,
Exactly. Well, we'll see about that tomorrow, but for tonight, that's going to be it for us. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, as Trav said, 5 p.m. Central, 6 Eastern, for the last game of the regular season. Then we'll have some early playoff games on Monday night with Mac and Shibby, but until tomorrow, we'll see you.
Yeah, we'll see you then. So make sure you take care of yourself and have yourself a phenomenal night.